Chapter 5:20. Heaven will punish those who are despicable. If heaven doesn't punish you, then I will. Lin Feng looked at Yang Teng, who was screaming miserably. Ah, brat, you dare break my hand? You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. I'm a disciple of the five elements, peak. Slap. But Yang Teng's disciple didn't even have time to finish his sentence before Lin Feng slapped him violently. You dare to slap my face? Yang Teng shouted in disbelief. Slap. However, Lin Feng's response was still a heavy slap. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued to slap Yang Teng's face. What's going on? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. A disciple of the five elements peak had his hand crippled by a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak, and then slapped his face again and again. If it was a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak who was humiliated and beaten like this, everyone could accept it. However, the one being beaten was not a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak, but a disciple of the five elements peak. Since when were the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak so daring? How dare they hit a disciple of the five elements peak? The five elements peak was ranked third among the 12 sects of Azure Cloud. They were powerful and had many geniuses. Looking at Yang Teng, who had been whipped into a pig's head, the heaven-mending peak disciples' eyes lit up. They recognized Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng was a new disciple of the heaven-repairing peak this year. However, their understanding of Lin Feng was limited to this. Looking at Yang Teng's swollen face, these heaven-mending peak disciples all revealed excited expressions. The heaven-repairing peak had been discriminated against for too long. They had been bullied for too long. However, the heaven-repairing peak disciples were soon worried about Lin Feng. Although beating Yang Teng like this made them feel good, they had also offended the five elements peak. Would offending the five elements peak have a good ending? Scram. Seeing that Yang Teng's consciousness was blurry, Lin Feng kicked Yang Teng's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Plop! Yang Teng fell to the ground and started twitching. Looking at the half-dead Yang Teng, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. This year's heaven-mending peak seemed to be different from the previous years. They actually produced such a savage new disciple. Lin Feng shrugged. Everybody, you saw that I hit that guy because he thought we were young and easy to bully, so he wanted to attack us. We were just defending ourselves. That's all. If the sect asks, you have to testify for us. I'm sure you won't go against your conscience and lie to us. Many people were speechless. Legitimate self-defense was true, but there was no need to beat Yang Teng half to death for legitimate self-defense, right? Thank you, senior brother. Yu Ziang looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Looking at Yu Ziang, Lin Feng sighed slightly. He felt that Yu Ziang had a lot on his mind. Among the disciples that joined the heaven-mending peak, Yu Ziang was the youngest, only 16 years old. Although his personality was a bit weak, he was very kind. But Yu Ziang's heart was closed, and he had never mentioned his own matters to anyone. It's good that you're fine. Lin Feng nodded. Yu Ziang bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground, but Lin Feng stopped him. Yu Ziang looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, not understanding what he was trying to do. Yu Ziang wanted to say something, but he saw Tian Zhongdao walk over and shake his head slightly. Yu Ziang quickly shut his mouth. Lin Feng pointed at the deacon, who was watching coldly. The deacon was a martial king in the 10th celestial layer, and he was already over 30 years old. His soul power could only be considered average, and he had no hope of breaking through to the yin-yang realm. What's this kid doing? Many disciples looked at Deacon Lin Feng and couldn't help but whisper, Kid, what are you pointing at? Zhu Zibo's expression darkened when he saw that a mere general dared to point at him. Zhu Zibo used to be a disciple of the Supreme Peak, but after breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, he applied to become a deacon of the sect. After passing a series of tests, he finally got what he wanted and became a deacon of the outer sect. Were you the one who threw those things? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Zhu Zibo was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered and said, "That's right, I threw them. Come over here and pick them up. Apologize to my junior brother, and we'll forget about what happened today. If you don't do as I say, I'd like to see if you can keep your position as a deacon." Lin Feng sneered. "You dare threaten me? You're just a piece of trash from Heaven Mending Peak, and you dare threaten me? Kid, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Zhu Zibo was furious when he heard Lin Feng's words. He was a dignified deacon of an outer sect Disciples' Peak, and yet he was being threatened by a general from Heaven Mending Peak. In Zhu Zibo's eyes, this was a great humiliation. The surrounding disciples were also dumbfounded. Many people were dumbfounded. Was this kid crazy? He actually dared to threaten an outer sect disciples deacon? Motherf asterisk cur, can an outer sect disciples deacon just casually throw away a disciple's benefits? Can he just casually humiliate a disciple? Lin Feng cursed loudly. Some people just didn't want to give face to others. Cursing this bastard was letting him off easy. If Zhu Zibo hadn't been an outer sect deacon, he would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tong. You, how dare you insult a deacon? Are you still a disciple of the sect? Zhu Zibo's face was ashen. He was usually high and mighty, and everyone tried to curry favor with him. Who dared to insult him? But today, someone dared to point at him and curse him. Zhu Zibo wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. "That's right, I'm insulting you. As a deacon of the sect, you're supposed to serve the sect's disciples, but you're acting all high and mighty in front of them. If word of this gets out, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation will be ruined because of you." Lin Feng sneered. When he heard Lin Feng's words, Zhu Zibo's expression changed drastically. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was just trying to scare him, it still sounded too frightening. "I just need to report this matter to the higher-ups and see if the Blue Cloud sect will still allow a deacon like you to stay in the Blue Cloud sect." Lin Feng continued. At that moment, Zhu Zibo's face had already turned pale. This was what it meant to kill someone's heart. Many people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. None of them had thought that it would turn out like this. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would definitely be taught a lesson by Zhu Zibo. But Lin Feng had the moral high ground. No matter how much Zhu Zibo struggled, he had no choice but to submit. "Why aren't you picking up your things and apologizing to my junior brother? Do you want me to repeat myself?" Lin Feng glared coldly at Zhu Zibo. Zhu Zibo's expression was gloomy, but he knew that he could only suffer in silence. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then walked over and bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground. Zhu Zibo's heart was trembling, and it felt like it was dripping blood. He roared hysterically in his heart, wanting nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But Zhu Zibo knew that he could only endure it. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Zhu Zibo gritted his teeth. Yu Xiang was stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. Zhu Zibo, the deacon who had humiliated him in every possible way, was now so frightened by Lin Feng that his face turned pale, and he even had to apologize. "You can scram now." Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Zhu Zibo. He had already offended him, so there was no need to say anything nice. "Humph!" Zhu Zibo glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then hurriedly left. He couldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the crowd. "Zhongdao, let's go." We'll come back tomorrow to collect the sect's benefits. Tian Zhongdao nodded, then walked out with Lin Feng and Yu Ziang. Stop right there, kid. A dozen disciples appeared and blocked Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Ziang's path. Chapter 5:21. It's the Five Elements Peak, someone exclaimed when they saw the dozen or so disciples blocking Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Ziang. Lin Feng had just beaten up Yang Teng of the Five Elements Peak so miserably. This was simply a slap to the Five Elements Peak's face. Sure enough, people from the Five Elements Peak immediately appeared. These dozen or so disciples were all outer disciples. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, 7 or 8 of them were martial kings. The rest, who hadn't broken through to martial king, were mostly peak martial generals. They were full of energy and looked like they were about to break through. The composition of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples was extremely complicated. Generally, it was divided into the following categories. First, the descendants, relatives, and family members of the sect's experts. It was said that those who had reached the deacon level would have a quota every year for their family members to enter the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate. These people had different talents and strengths. Second, some of the factions affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect. For example, some countries and sects were affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect and shared both honor and disgrace. They would also pay tribute to the Blue Cloud sect every year. Therefore, these factions also had a quota to send their disciples to the Blue Cloud sect to be nurtured. Third, disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect. The third method was the true way to select geniuses. Because the first and second types of disciples entered the Blue Cloud sect through nepotism, it was hard to guarantee how talented these people were. However, those who passed the test to enter were mostly people with shocking talent. However, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, very few disciples passed the test to enter. They only accounted for about 10%. However, the disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect were also the most valued disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. The people who blocked Lin Feng, and the others were obviously senior disciples. Their cultivation wasn't very strong and should belong to the first or second type of disciples who entered the Blue Cloud sect. What's the matter? Lin Feng glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. Among the dozen or so Five Elements Peak disciples, the strongest one was a third firmament martial king called Xue Zimo. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boy, you want to leave after beating up our Five Elements Peak's Yang Teng so badly? Do you think there's such a good thing?" As expected, the disciples of the Five Elements Peak won't give up. Those brats from Heaven Mending Peak are just unlucky. Heaven Mending Peak isn't some powerful mountain. Everyone who sees it will step on it. Even those who are cautious can be trampled on, let alone now. Many disciples shook their heads repeatedly as they felt that Lin Feng's group would definitely be dealt with miserably by the disciples of the Five Elements Peak today. Fight, 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 and fight. So what? Before Lin Feng could say anything, Tian Zhongdao had already taken the initiative to shout. He was also holding back his anger. After joining Heaven Mending Peak, he had been mocked and ridiculed every day. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many rules in the sect, he would have already beaten them up. Humph, beating up my Five Elements Peak won't end so easily. I can see that you're new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, so I'll give the Heaven Mending Peak some face. Kneel on the ground and apologize, cripple one of your arms, and I'll let today's matter go. Otherwise, get lost, mother of Asterisk-her. Before Xue Zimo could finish speaking, Tian Zhongdao had already raised his foot and kicked Xue Zimo. With a loud bang, Xue Zimo was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao's kick. Plop! He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Nobody had thought that Tian Zhongdao would suddenly kick Xue Zimo. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his nose. Since he had already done it, what was he waiting for? He went up and kicked the second Five Elements Peak disciple, sending him flying. When Yu Xiang saw that his two seniors had attacked, he clenched his teeth. Before the other Five Elements Peak disciples could react, he also rushed forward and kicked one of them. Awesome. Too awesome. Yu Xiang had never felt so good before. The little devil that had been imprisoned in his heart seemed to have been released at that moment. Yu Xiang had been suppressed for too many years. He roared and rushed towards the second person. At that moment, the other Five Elements Peak disciples also reacted. They all roared, F***CK. The trash from the heaven-mending peak dares to attack our Five Elements Peak? Let's teach these brats a lesson. Who's afraid of who? Tian Zhongdao shouted. The two sides immediately began to fight. Have the heaven-mending peak disciples gone crazy? Many of the onlooking disciples were dumbfounded by this scene. Within the crowd, a heaven-mending peak disciple called Wang Hu, who had quite a bit of prestige within the heaven-mending peak, shouted loudly, "Brothers, we can't just watch the brothers of the heaven-mending peak get bullied. Everyone, go and kill these Five Elements Peak bastards." Wang Hu rushed out of the crowd and joined the battle. The heaven-mending peak disciples had seen Lin Feng beat up Yang Teng, and then forced Xu Zibo to apologize to the heaven-mending peak disciples with just a few words. They were all secretly delighted, and their already cold blood seemed to be boiling. At that moment, all of them roared. Dozens of heaven-mending peak disciples rushed forward and surrounded the Five Elements Peak disciples, punching and kicking them. "Spare me!" The Five Elements Peak disciples screamed. Heavens! Are these really the same trash from the heaven-mending peak disciples? The disciples from the other peaks couldn't believe what they were seeing. In their memories, the heaven-mending peak disciples didn't dare fight back when they were bullied. They could only passively endure. But now they saw that the heaven-mending peak disciples' eyes were bloodshot, as if they were ferocious beasts. Many of them were terrified. The Five Elements Peak disciples who had wanted to join the battle saw that the heaven-mending peak disciples had gone crazy, and many of them quickly retreated back into the crowd. "Stop!" A cold shout resounded as dozens of Five Elements Peak's disciples rushed out. The person in the lead was none other than the proud son of heaven. Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo's talent was astonishing, and he had been accepted as a disciple by the Five Elements Peak's great elder. Many people were optimistic about his future, so even though he had just joined the Five Elements Peak, he was already quite famous among the disciples. Lin Feng and the heaven-mending peak disciples stopped. "What? You want to bully us with numbers? Don't think that the heaven-mending peak disciples are afraid of you. Even though we don't have many disciples, we can still fight back in self-defense," shouted Lin Feng. F***CK. Isn't this guy too shameless? Just now, more than 30 heaven-mending peak disciples were ganging up on the Five Elements Peak disciples. And this guy is saying that it was self-defense. Now that so many Five Elements Peak disciples have come, he's making himself sound so pitiful. Many people rolled their eyes. If they hadn't seen what had happened with their own eyes, they would have chosen to believe Lin Feng. But now, they just wanted to tell Lin Feng that he couldn't be so shameless. When Sikong Mo and the others saw that the Five Elements Peak disciples had been beaten half to death and heard what Lin Feng had said, their faces darkened. "What are you doing?" A cold shout resounded. The conflict here even alarmed the Grand Elder of the mountain peak, Zhang Quan, as he asked with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng pointed at Sikong Mo and looked at Great Elder Zhang Quan. He complained, "Great Elder Sikong Mo and the other Five Elements Peak disciples wanted to steal our spirit stones. We didn't give them to them, so they led a group of people to beat us up. What a Five Elements Peak, a mere outer disciple dares to cause trouble here? Great Elder Zhang Quan's face fell when he heard Lin Feng's words. Si Kong Mo opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Great Elder Zhang Quan. He said coldly, "Disperse now, or don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Si Kong Mo and the other Five Elements Peak disciples were so depressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Their disciples had been beaten half to death, but now they were being slandered. But when they thought about it, it was normal. If they hadn't seen what had just happened, who would have believed that the Five Elements Peak disciples had been beaten up by the Tianmeng Peak disciples? The Five Elements Peak disciples had been beaten half to death? Great Elder Zhang Quan didn't believe that such a thing had happened. "Yes," replied Si Kong Mo and the others hastily. Great Elder Zhang Quan glanced coldly at the Five Elements Peak disciples, then turned around and left. Lin Feng. Si Kong Mo gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Si Kong Mo indifferently and said, "Why did you call me that?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Was that kid courting death? The competition between the new disciples was about to start. How dare he provoke Si Kong Mo like that? If he met Si Kong Mo during the competition, he would be tortured to death. Thinking about that, many people had the impression that Lin Feng hadn't made Si Kong Mo angry. Si Kong Mo's lips curved in a cold smile. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Little brat, I have to say that you have infuriated me, but I won't attack you now. The competition is about to start. You better pray that you don't meet me during the competition. If you meet me during the competition, I will crush you like a bug under my feet. I will let you know how stupid your actions today were." "I'll be waiting," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Let's go." Si Kong Mo turned around and left gloomily. The Tianmeng Peak disciples also left quickly, but many people were talking about the disciples of the Tianmeng Peak. Junior brother Lin really made the Tianmeng Peak proud today. On the way back, Wang, whose face was filled with excitement. The other disciples of the Tianmeng Peak were also flushed with excitement. They had been in the Tianmeng Peak for so many years. For the first time, they felt what was called dignity. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not that I made the Tianmeng Peak proud. It's that you all fought for yourselves. Did you see that? When we beat up those arrogant disciples of the Five Elements Peak, they still kneeled on the ground and begged us to let them go. Therefore, there is nothing special about the other peaks. Our Tianmeng Peak is not worse than the other peaks." That's right, our Tianmeng Peak is not worse than the other peaks. Many disciples shouted in unison. Wang, who looked at the excited disciples of the Tianmeng Peak and suddenly felt like crying. How many years had it been? Wang, who realized that this was the first time that the disciples of the Tianmeng Peak had been so united. It was the first time that they had fought against the disciples of the other peaks. It was the first time that they had felt dignity because they were disciples of the Tianmeng Peak. Wang, who hoped that this would not be the last time, but he knew that this was an extravagant hope. The disciples of the Tianmeng Peak would still be humiliated, ridiculed, and bullied by the disciples of the other peaks. They would still live without dignity. This kind of situation could not be changed. Chapter 522. When the day of the competition arrived, the entire Blue Cloud sect was very lively. This was because there was no lack of geniuses among the disciples who joined the Blue Cloud sect this time. For example, Li Mingjia, who was chosen by the Supreme Peak, had the Sea Rising Moon martial soul, which was extremely rare. She could be called a peerless genius. Another example was the Yang Realm disciple, who was chosen by the Beheading Peak. His three-headed giant spirit, martial soul, had the most violent power. There were also the Shui brothers, who had the Lightning martial soul and the Lightning martial soul respectively. Sikong Mo had the 3,000-week water martial soul. Uzij had the rain martial soul, and so on. This batch of new disciples could be said to be full of geniuses. It was precisely because of the large number of geniuses that the Blue Cloud sect was looking forward to it. These disciples naturally wanted to compete. The better the results, the more attention they would receive from the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Early in the morning, Elder Qiao Yunqiu woke up early. Elder Qiao Yunqiu simply tidied up. She took a deep breath and tried her best to maintain a calm heart. Over the years, she had experienced too many scenes like today. The first time a disciple was defeated and eliminated, disappointment after disappointment, heartache after heartache. She heard countless mockery. She felt countless gazes of contempt. But Qiao Yunqiu knew that she still had to pretend to be optimistic. She didn't want the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak to see their pillar collapse because of this. Even if Qiao Yunqiu really felt tired these years, there was so much pressure that she almost couldn't breathe. But she knew that she had to persevere. The Peak Master was injured, and his injuries were very serious. Most of the time, he was at the threshold of life and death. She didn't know if he could survive, and the Heaven-Mending Peak only had one elder, Qiao Yunqiu. Qiao Yunqiu silently guarded the Heaven-Mending Peak, so Qiao Yunqiu knew that she had to set an example. She told herself that she was the pillar of support for the Heaven-Mending Peak disciples. She couldn't fall. Even late at night, Qiao Yunqiu would lie weakly on the bed and ask herself why she persevered for so many years. Why didn't she leave the Blue Cloud sect, leave the Heaven-Mending Peak? With his cultivation, he could live a very dignified life. But every time this happened, Qiao Yunqiu would remember a few decades ago when she was still a little girl and almost froze to death in the cold winter. It was the old Peak Master who pitied her and brought her to Heaven-Mending Peak. Qiao Yunqiu's talent was not good, and she wanted to give up on cultivation. It was Si Batian who encouraged her when she was young. For the sake of the old Peak Master, for the sake of junior brother Mending Tian, he also had to protect the Heaven-Mending Peak. When Qiao Yunqiu walked out of her room and arrived at the Heaven-Mending Peak's main hall, Lin Feng and the others were already waiting for her. Elder! Seeing Qiao Yunqiu's arrival, Lin Feng and the rest hurriedly saluted. Qiao Yunqiu forced a smile and said, "Don't be so courteous. We'll be going to the Central Plaza to participate in the competition. Everyone just needs to do their best. The competition is meant to test your strength. Even if we lose, we'll learn from our experiences and work hard to cultivate. Next time, don't take the results to heart." Yes, Lin Feng and the others replied. Qiao Yunqiu nodded. "Let's go." Lin Feng and the other 8 disciples followed Qiao Yunqiu to the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was located in the middle of the mountain range. It was a huge plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, the plaza was already packed with disciples, attendants, and even elders from the various peaks. The Heaven-Mending Peak's people are here. Pfft, Heaven-Mending Peak only has 9 disciples this year. Last year, there were at least 20. The new disciples all ran away. I heard that there were only 10 people left, but the competition is about to start. Another one ran away, so there are only 9 left. Tisk tsk. Even if there are 9 people, they'll only be able to survive 1 round. Heaven-Mending Peak only exists in name now. I heard that the Peak Lord of Heaven-Mending Peak came out of seclusion and left. I wonder what he's doing. He's been injured for so many years. Could it be that he feels his time is up? Is that why he's looking for a place to pass away? Don't talk nonsense. We're just disciples. We shouldn't talk about the higher-ups of the sect. Haha, you're right. No matter how weak Siba Tian is, he's still a peak lord of one of the 12 peaks. Many people were talking about him. Lin Feng could hear a lot of voices. Even though it was chaotic, he could also hear some mocking and disdainful voices. What a tragedy! In the past, when Heaven Mending Peak had been strong, so many people had tried to join it. Now, Heaven Mending Peak had declined, but the other disciples were still looking down on them. Look, the Five Elements Peak is here. The Executioner Peak is here too. The new disciples from the other peaks also arrived one after another under the leadership of their respective peaks, causing many exclamations of surprise. Everybody was talking about the geniuses of the other peaks. When all the disciples of the 12 peaks arrived, more than 10 elders flew over and landed on the central arena. They were the higher-ups of the sect. Great Elder Zhang Quan was in charge of the competition. The first-place winner of the competition will receive a top-quality spirit stone, a top-quality spirit weapon, and an ancient incantation. At the same time, the winner will receive 1,000,000 low-quality spirit stones and all kinds of medicinal pills, including healing pills, cultivation pills, and 16 other types of medicinal pills. Each type of pill will be rewarded with 2,000 pills. Great Elder Zhang Quan first announced the rewards for the first-place winner of the competition. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The spirit weapon, incantation, and rewards for the peak were the same as the previous years. There was nothing strange about it. The key was that the first-place winner this year was actually rewarded with a top-quality spirit stone. This was too precious, because a spirit mine could only produce a few top-quality spirit stones. Sometimes, a spirit mine could not even produce a single top-quality spirit stone. Ordinary people would not be able to see a top-quality spirit stone at all. Top-quality spirit stone. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He had many high-level spirit stones, but he had never seen a top-quality spirit stone. The preciousness of a top-quality spirit stone was unimaginable. If one used a top-quality spirit stone to cultivate, one's cultivation would immediately skyrocket. This sect was really putting in a lot of effort. Then, Great Elder Zhang Quan announced the rewards for the top 10. Of course, it was much worse than the first place. He also mentioned some rules of the competition. Then, the competition officially began. The first round of the competition, the first match, Supreme Peaks Fang Yan versus Heaven Mending Peaks Li Qixuan. The Great Elder in charge said, "Whoosh!" Fang Yan leaped out and landed on the arena. Fang Yan was about 20 years old. He was slender and very handsome. His cultivation was at the 4th firmament of the Martial King realm. When he heard Great Elder Zhang Quan announce his name, Li Qixuan's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and also went up to the arena. Li Qixuan had the highest cultivation among the 9 disciples of Heaven Mending Peak. Like Fang Yan, he was also at the 4th firmament of the Martial King realm. He was also the Heaven Mending Peak disciple that Qiao Yunqiu thought was most likely to advance to the second round. At this moment, when she saw Li Qixuan enter the arena, she hoped that Li Qixuan could create a miracle and defeat Supreme Peaks Fang Yan. She hoped that he could advance to the second round and regain some face for Heaven Mending Peak. Elder Qiao Yunqiu clenched her fists tightly. It was obvious that she was very nervous at this moment. Chapter 5:23. Begin. Grand Elder Zhang Quan shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Yan and Li Qixuan both moved. The two of them charged at each other. Fang Yan raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched Li Qixuan. Li Qixuan also punched Fang Yan. Just as their fists were about to collide, Fang Yan suddenly moved to the left. Fang Yan's previous attack was just a feint. Danger, danger, danger. Tian Zhongdao's expression changed slightly. At that moment, Fang Yan arrived behind Li Qixuan. Li Qixuan's expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge. But it was too late. Fang Yan's palm landed on Li Qixuan's back, and he was sent flying. There was a thump. Li Qixuan fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. They're at the same cultivation level, but the difference is so big. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak are still as useless as before. Many disciples curled their lips. Li Qixuan has too little battle experience. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It wasn't just battle experience. Lin Feng felt that Li Qixuan's aura was also very weak. Defeated, Elder Qiao Yunxiu, who was originally a little tense, sighed, and her body went limp. She had hoped that Li Qixuan would be able to break through, but she hadn't expected him to be defeated in such a way. It was deathly pale. Perhaps this is the fate of Heaven Repairing Peak. Elder Qiao Yunxiu sighed inwardly. I admit it. Fang Yan cupped his fists and jumped down from the arena. Li Qixuan walked down dejectedly. He really wanted to win, but Li Qixuan didn't know why. But after he went up, his mind went blank, and his body stiffened. Had he become a laughingstock? He didn't know if his fellow disciples would laugh at him. They were at the same cultivation level, but he was defeated in 2 moves. His fellow disciples would laugh at him too, right? Li Qixuan suddenly realized that someone was hugging him. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng. He didn't know much about Lin Feng, but he had heard that Lin Feng had stood up for Yu Ziong and clashed with the disciples of Five Elements Peak. Li Qixuan had a good impression of Lin Feng. Don't lose heart. The path to becoming a powerhouse was destined to be very difficult. What we need to do is to never give up. If we give up on ourselves, who will care about us? Li Qixuan was stunned. He didn't expect someone to comfort him. Looking at Lin Feng's young but determined face, Li Qixuan clenched his fists. That's right. I can't give up. I can't look down on myself. If I look down on myself, who will look up to me? Li Qixuan's eyes became resolute. The competition continued. One by one, the names of the disciples were called out, and they went up to the arena to fight. The Alchemy Peak and the Spiritual Array Peak were rather special. They recruited very few disciples each time, and they focused on nurturing their disciples. Therefore, he did not participate in this competition. It was mainly the fights between the disciples of the other 10 mountain peaks. The disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak went up the stage one after another, but the results were as expected. One by one, the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were defeated. When it was Yu Ziyang's turn, Yu Ziyang's performance surprised Lin Feng. Although he wasn't a match for his opponent, Yu Ziyang did not give up so easily. He rushed up again and again to fight with his opponent. In the end, he was exhausted and defeated. Even the disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were very surprised. Was this still the cowardly Yu Ziyang, senior brother? Yu Ziyang walked down and looked at Lin Feng with regret. You did very well, Lin Feng said with a smile. Not long after, the second martial king from the Heaven-Mending Peak, Song Chusha, also went up the stage. However, she was defeated after a dozen rounds. Our boo, Heaven-Mending Peak, looks like the situation is not good. Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. Because there weren't many people from Butian Mountain, only a third of the time had passed. 7 of the 9 disciples from Butian Mountain had already participated, but all of them had failed. Only Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao were left. However, it was obvious that Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao were not optimistic either. Lin Feng noticed that Elder Qiao Yunxiu's aura was somewhat dispirited, and he sighed in his heart. Lin Feng admired Elder Qiao Yunxiu. For so many years, when the peak master was injured, Elder Qiao Yunxiu had been the only one who had bitterly supported him. She could have left. She wouldn't have had to suffer so much ridicule and humiliation. But she had persevered. All these years, Elder Qiao Yunxiu must have had a hard time. Beheading Peak's Wu Xiang versus Heaven Mending Peak's Lin Feng. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. The new disciple duel was out. A slender and extremely handsome disciple flew out from the Beheading Peak's side. This person was Beheading Peak's Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang's martial spirit was a rock giant martial spirit. This kind of martial spirit made Wu Xiang's body far stronger than an ordinary person's. His strength and speed could be said to be outstanding among his peers. He was also a disciple that the Beheading Peak thought highly of. When he saw Lin Feng get on the stage, a disdainful expression appeared on Wu Xiang's face. In his opinion, he could easily crush a disciple of the Heaven Mending Peak. That little brat met Wu Xiang in the first round. His luck isn't bad. If he meets a disciple of the Five Elements Peak, we'll teach him a lesson, said a disciple of the Five Elements Peak coldly. Si Kong, Mo also felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to meet Lin Feng and teach him a lesson. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but it seemed that he wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. Wu Xiang has a rock giant martial spirit. Even though he's only at the first celestial layer, his physical body is comparable to a peak martial king. Moreover, his speed is extremely terrifying. That little brat from the Heaven Mending Peak is only at the 9th celestial layer. He probably won't be able to withstand a single attack from Wu Xiang. Indeed, there's a huge disparity between the two of them. Many people were discussing spiritedly, Senior Brother Lin is in danger. Yu Ziyang and the others couldn't help but sigh. In the Heaven Mending Peak, the atmosphere was also filled with despair. Qiao Yunxiu sighed and lowered his head. He didn't want to see Lin Feng being defeated by Wu Xiang in a single attack. Little brat, I only need one attack to defeat you, said Wu Xiang disdainfully while looking at Lin Feng. Swish! Everybody saw Wu Xiang move. Originally, Wu Xiang and Lin Feng were 20 meters apart, but Wu Xiang was too fast. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. That little brat from the Heaven Mending Peak is doomed. Many people were astonished. Wu Xiang's punch was about to hit Lin Feng, but at that moment, everybody saw that Lin Feng had moved slightly to the left. Then, Wu Xiang's punch brushed past Lin Feng's body. It didn't touch Lin Feng at all. Bang! Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at Wu Xiang's abdomen. Ah! Wu Xiang gave a horrible shriek. He clutched his abdomen and fell to the ground. Because of the pain, his body was curled up like a prawn. His whole body was twitching violently. In a flash, the crowd became absolutely silent. Chapter 5:24. Elder Qiao Yunxiu kept her head lowered as she listened to the discussions of the surrounding disciples. She sighed inwardly, knowing that Lin Feng was no match for Wu Xiang. Today, Elder Qiao Yunxiu had already seen too many disciples of Mending Tian Peak suffer crushing defeats. Her seemingly strong exterior was already riddled with scars. She really couldn't bear to see Lin Feng suffer such a crushing defeat. But at that moment, Elder Qiao Yunxiu suddenly realized that the originally noisy square had become absolutely silent. Elder Qiao Yunxiu couldn't help but think sorrowfully, has Lin Feng been defeated? When she raised her head to look at the stage, Elder Qiao Yunxiu's eyes widened. Lin Feng was standing on the stage with a faint smile, while the powerful Wu Xiang was lying on the ground, his body twitching violently. It was obvious that he no longer had the strength to fight. What had happened? What had she missed? Damn, isn't that kid's luck too good? Yeah, That kid was scared silly just now, right? He staggered as he dodged Wu Xiang's attack. He was actually lucky enough to dodge it, and then his punch landed on Wu Xiang's body. Isn't Wu Xiang too unlucky? Very quickly, the sound of discussion that shook the heavens rang out. No one believed that Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with his own strength. They all believed that Lin Feng had just been lucky. Heaven-mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng has advanced. Grand Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Only then did Elder Qiao Yunqiu recover from her shock. Everything was actually true. Heaven-mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang and advanced to the second round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was so excited that her hands were trembling slightly. She had even forgotten the last time a Heaven-mending Peak disciple had advanced to the second round. The disciples of the Heaven-mending Peak let out thunderous cheers. Everyone's faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder Qiao Yunqiu walked over and nodded excitedly. Good job. Rest well and prepare for the second round. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The first round of the competition continued. After about 10 rounds, it was Tanaka's turn to take the stage. Tian Zhongdao's opponent was Supreme Peak's disciple Lu Fei. Lu Fei was a disciple of the third heaven of the Martial King realm, the same cultivation as Tian Zhongdao. Whoosh! Lu Fei made his move and headed straight for Tian Zhongdao. Lu Fei's speed was very fast. He arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao in an instant and punched towards Tian Zhongdao. Everyone saw 9 shadows of fists appearing and blasting towards Tian Zhongdao. This is the 9 killing fist. He punched out, condensing 9 killing fists. It's a powerful secret technique passed down in the Blue Cloud sect. Lu Fei has only been in the Blue Cloud sect for 3 months, but he's already learned the 9 killing fist. His talent is really amazing. That's right, that disciple from the Heaven Repairing Peak will definitely lose. Many people were discussing and felt that the outcome of this battle was already decided. Wait. Just as Lu Fei's powerful attack was about to land on Tian Zhongdao's body, Tian Zhongdao suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "What the F*** CK, are you serious? He's surrendering without even fighting?" As expected of a genius disciple from the Heaven Repairing Peak. Many people were mocking and ridiculing Tian Zhongdao. The few hundred people from the Heaven Repairing Peak had ugly expressions on their faces. Qiao Yunqiu just sighed. She could understand Tian Zhongdao's actions. Maybe he didn't want to put up a meaningless fight. Even though Tian Zhongdao surrendering was humiliating for the Heaven Repairing Peak, Qiao Yunqiu didn't blame Tian Zhongdao. The Heaven Repairing Peak was supposed to protect the new disciples, but it couldn't protect them from the wind and rain. Haha, you know your place. You know you can't defeat me, so you raised your hands and surrendered. Lu Fei stopped punching and laughed in an incomparably proud manner. Who would have thought that Tian Zhongdao would punch him? Bang! His powerful punch landed on Lu Fei's head. Ah! Lu Fei screamed as he fell to the ground and fainted. What's going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Didn't that guy just surrender? Why did he suddenly make a move and knock Lu Fei out with a punch? This guy, Lin Feng, chuckled. Tian Zhongdao's personality was quite fitting. Bastard, you're despicable. Why did you attack when you already surrendered? Asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple angrily. Tian Zhongdao was very excited after defeating Lu Fei, so he stopped stuttering and said, "I only said wait. I didn't say I was surrendering." "Then why did you raise your hands?" asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple with a gloomy expression. "You can't control what other people do. Besides, what's wrong with raising my hands? I just wanted to scratch an itch." After saying that, Tian Zhongdao scratched his right hand with his left hand. "Damn! How shameless! How shameless!" Many people pointed their middle fingers at Tian Zhongdao. They felt that Lu Fei had been defeated unjustly. The people of Zhiyang Peak were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they could only suffer in silence. Tian Zhongdao from the heaven-repairing peak winds. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. "Little brat, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." The heaven-mending peak disciple, who questioned Tian Zhongdao, said coldly, "That's Wanggan, right? I heard that he's a third celestial layer martial king, but his spirit is a fire spirit. Once he uses his spirit, he can burn the world with a sea of fire. It's terrifying," whispered a disciple. "That's right, it's Wanggan. He's one of the geniuses this year. There's a good show to watch. If that little brat from the heaven-repairing peak meets Wanggan, it'll be very interesting." Many people were discussing. Tian Zhongdao jumped off the stage. Xiao Yinxiu was very happy, even though she also thought that Tian Zhongdao had won because of a trick. A win was a win. The competition was about the results. It wasn't about the process. "Congratulations, Brother Tian." Yu Ziyang and the others came forward to congratulate him. "You're welcome." Tian Zhongdao cupped his fists. Very quickly, the first round of the competition ended, and the second round continued. Second round. First battle, Lin Feng from the heaven-repairing peak against Shan Yuxuan from the Zhizun peak. The voice of the great elder rang out. "Huh, I'm the first one?" Lin Feng frowned and jumped onto the stage. A disciple in cyan clothes also came out from the Zhizun peak. The Zhizun peak was the first peak of the Qingyun sect, so the disciples chosen by the Zhizun peak were all extremely talented. Shan Yuxuan was one of the best. Shan Yuxuan practiced the rain of sword techniques. His pure qi was as sharp as a sword. Once he used it, it was extremely powerful. "Haha, little brat, your luck has run out," said Shan Yuxuan while laughing. He walked towards Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at the battle stage, including the elder of the Godly Soul Peak, one Hongyun. She wanted to choose Lin Feng, but she thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low, so she gave up on Lin Feng. In the first round, when Hongyun had thought that Lin Feng would lose, she hadn't thought that Lin Feng would win. Now that she saw Lin Feng fight again, she couldn't help but look at the battle stage. Xiao Yunqiu also looked at the battle stage. Her hands were shaking. She was very nervous. Even though she knew that Lin Feng's chances of winning against Shan Yuxuan were very small, she still hoped that there would be a miracle. "Rain of sword techniques," shouted Shan Yuxuan in a deep voice. He used the rain of sword techniques. Dense raindrops appeared in the sky and turned into sword qi, which shot towards Lin Feng. In a flash, they surrounded Lin Feng. "That little brat is finished." Many disciples cried out in alarm. Shan Yuxuan's endless rain sword art was indeed quite unique. He didn't use a sword. Of course, those raindrops weren't real raindrops. They were condensed from pure qi. The true qi condensed into the shape of rainwater and transformed into sword qi. That was the rain of sword techniques. Obviously, Shan Yuxuan was very cautious. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Feng again. He wanted to use his strongest attack to defeat Lin Feng in a flash. When they saw Shan Yuxuan's rain of sword techniques, everybody knew that Lin Feng would definitely lose. There was simply no way to dodge the densely packed sword qi. Sighed Elder Qiao Qiu, said Xiao Yinxiu, while sighing. Even though he had already predicted the result, he still hoped for a miracle. It seemed like a miracle wouldn't happen. Xiao Yinxiu just hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't get injured. "It seems like he's going to lose," said Elder Wen Hongyun while shaking her head. Immediately after, she stopped paying attention to Lin Feng. She was just looking at the battle that was about to end. "Let's end this," said Shan Yuxuan with a faint smile on his face. That terrifyingly powerful punch had already smashed down. All right, Lin Feng stepped forwards and threw a punch. Is that little brat crazy? He wants to use his fists to block Shan Yuxuan's attack. Many people cried out in alarm. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, don't resist. Qiao Yunqiu's expression changed drastically. If Lin Feng resisted that attack, he would definitely be injured, but it was too late for her to stop Lin Feng. That little brat is just courting death, said Si Kong Mo with a cold smile. Many people were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. That little brat wasn't only talented, but he was also stupid. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng using his iron fists to attack Shan Yuxuan. Asterisk clang, asterisk the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Feng punched Shan Yuxuan's sword qi, which was condensed from pure qi, and broke it apart. The power of the punch didn't decrease as it continued to fly towards Shan Yuxuan. No, that's impossible, shouted Shan Yuxuan in disbelief. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's punch. But he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, Shan Yuxuan felt a huge force ruthlessly hit his abdomen. He almost fainted from the pain. Shan Yuxuan gave a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale. Because of the pain, his body was slightly twitching. The crowd that had been venting their anger calmed down at that moment. Shan Yuxuan, he was a genius amongst the new disciples. He had been defeated in one move. Chapter 5:25. Shan Yuxuan lost. That kid's physical body is too strong. He actually destroyed Shan Yuxuan's Zhenqi sword with one punch. Monstrous! He defeated Shan Yuxuan with just his physical body. He didn't even use a single move. Shit, is that kid using some kind of secret technique to hide his cultivation level? Why didn't the other peaks choose such an amazing person? Heaven Repairing Peak is really lucky. They actually picked up such an amazing person. The entire plaza was in an uproar. In the first round, Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with one punch. Perhaps Lin Feng had been lucky. But what about the second round? Lin Feng had completely crushed Shan Yuxuan. Shan Yuxuan was much stronger than Wu Xiang. Qiao Yunqiu was pleasantly surprised. She had thought that Lin Feng would lose miserably. But now, Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan with one punch. That was a huge surprise. How is this possible? When Hongyun suddenly stood up, her breathing was ragged. Her huge breasts were moving up and down. She looked very alluring. When Hongyun hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong, she had wanted to choose him. When Hongyun's intuition told her that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person, but Lin Feng's cultivation level had made her give up on Lin Feng. Now, when Hongyun realized that she had missed out on such an amazing genius, she couldn't help but feel regret. If she had chosen Lin Feng, he would have been a disciple of Divine Soul Peak. Junior brother Lin is mighty. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak shouted excitedly when they saw that Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan in one move. They had been too sullen. They had been looked down upon. They had been bullied. And now a genius had finally appeared in the Heaven-Mending Peak, a true genius. When the surrounding disciples saw the Heaven-Mending Peak disciples celebrating, they wanted to mock them, but in the end, they didn't know how to mock them. This was because the shock that Lin Feng had brought to them had yet to dissipate. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder, I was lucky enough to win the second round. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Elder Qiao, Yunqiu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She was truly moved. A genius disciple had finally appeared in the Heaven-Mending Peak. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder and nodded slightly. Tian Zhongdao, and the others gathered around to congratulate Lin Feng on his victory. The competition continued. Then, the disciples of the various peaks continued to make their appearance. As the competition progressed, the battles became more and more intense. Geniuses emerged from the various mountain peaks. Many battles were exceptionally intense. For example, the number 1 geniuses from the Supreme Peak and the Executioner Peak, Li Mingjie, Yang Jian, Sikong Mo, the Wang brothers, and the others were exceptionally powerful. They were able to defeat their opponents with ease. Heaven Mending Peak disciple Tian Zhongdao versus Utmost Yang Peak disciple Wang Gan. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Wang Gan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the stage. They actually drew these two together. Many people were excited. Previously, because Tian Zhongdao had used dishonorable means to win against Lu Fei, the Utmost Yang Peak disciples were furious. And this Wang Gan even said that if Tian Zhongdao met him, he would definitely teach Tian Zhongdao a lesson. In this round, the two of them actually met. They didn't know if it was deliberately arranged or if it was really a coincidence when they drew lots. But many people felt that it must have been deliberately arranged. Since the top disciples had to avoid the first few rounds, there must be a way to control the drawing of lots for the showdown. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to arrange Tian Zhongdao and Wang Gan together in this round. Whoosh! Tian Zhongdao also jumped onto the stage. Let's see how this kid will resist Senior Wang's attack. Many Utmost Yang Peak disciples sneered. The disciples of the other peaks didn't think Tian Zhongdao would win either. This was because Wang Gan's innate talent was terrifying. He could definitely rank in the top 50 among this year's new disciples. Kid, do you feel fear? Wang Gan walked towards Tian Zhongdao step by step. His voice was extremely cold. In Wang Gan's hand, a fireball was condensing. Because of Wang Qian's martial soul, he could easily condense fireballs to attack from a distance. Wang Gan's opponents couldn't even get close to him before they were hit by his fireballs. They couldn't die. They had to be seriously injured. With the appearance of the fireball, the surrounding temperature also became scorching hot. Wang Gan was the first genius to show his innate talent. The higher-ups of the peaks who were watching nodded. Wang Gan's innate talent was astonishing. What a terrifying chi. Look, the fireball in Wang Gan's hand is getting bigger and bigger. The fireball's power is still increasing. Many people exclaimed in shock. Their faces were full of shock. As for Tianbu Peak, whether it was Elder Qiao Yunxiu or the ordinary disciples, they were all looking at the stage with dignified expressions. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Tian Zhongdao thoughtfully. I don't feel fear, said Tian Zhongdao. Is Tian Zhongdao so scared that he can't speak? Don't you know? That guy is a stutterer. Sometimes he doesn't stutter, but it's rare. Some disciples were discussing. Since it's that way, I'll show you what fear is. Wang Gan's voice suddenly became serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball in his hand flew out. The fireball shot toward Tian Zhongdao at lightning speed. It contained a terrifying destructive power. One could only imagine how much damage he would suffer if he was hit by it. Soar. Facing the incoming fireball, Tian Zhongdao bellowed in his heart. Following that, everyone saw Tian Zhongdao's body soar into the sky. When he arrived in midair, he successfully dodged the fireball's attack. He's using a Buddhist robe to fly? What an idiot! Even though he can fly with the help of a Buddhist robe, his movements will be restricted in the air. He's like a live target. Many people looked at Tian Zhongdao with disdain. Even Wang Qian thought so as well. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister sneer. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, Wang Qian sent out flaming light balls one after another, blasting them toward Tian Zhongdao. Look, that little boy is going to die from the fireballs. Many people shouted loudly. No, that's not right. Tian Zhongdao isn't using a Buddhist robe because he's not wearing a Buddhist robe. He's using his own body to soar into the air. Lin Feng looked at Tian Zhongdao. He was astonished. He hadn't even reached the yin-yang layer. How could he use his own body to soar into the air? He didn't understand. Lin Feng stared at Tian Zhongdao. The densely packed fireballs were hurtling towards Tian Zhongdao. Moonwalk! Tian Zhongdao continued to shout in his heart. His right foot drew a crescent moon pattern. In the next moment, a powerful force pushed against Tian Zhongdao's right leg. Tian Zhongdao's body shot out and dodged the first fireball. Then, Tian Zhongdao's left leg drew a semicircle. His body shot out again in the air and dodged the second fireball. What's that? Lin Feng was astonished. It's a physical skill, said Zhou Penkuan. He was astonished. The elders from the other mountain peaks could tell that Tian Zhongdao's flight and dodging were not done with the help of his dermic robes, but through his own body techniques. Swoosh, swoosh, Tian Zhongdao's speed was too fast. He kept bouncing in the air, dodging Wang Gan's dense fireballs. Then he arrived in front of Wang Gan. Leg attack! Shouted Tian Zhongdao. He kicked Wang Gan with his right foot. What? Wang Gan didn't even have time to react. Bang! A moment later, Wang Gan was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao. Chapter 5:26. Wang Qian lost. At that moment, the spectating disciples realized that Wang Qian had actually lost. How did that guy dodge Wang Qian's attack? How did Wang Qian lose? Wang Qian's cultivation is so strong. How could he have fainted from a single hit? Many people were confused. They even felt that Wang Qian's defeat was inexplicable. These disciples didn't understand the power of Tian Zhongdao's soaring moonwalk and leg attack. However, the elders could see it. I remember that kid's name is Tian Zhongdao, right? It's a kitchen knife martial spirit. His talent is too poor. Supreme Peak Elder Ning, Sheng Tian, shook his head. But the set of physical skills he's cultivating isn't simple at all, Gong Ziming said. Zhou Penkuan said disdainfully, physical skills are just a small trick. The elders nodded. At their level, they looked down on physical skills. Heaven Mending Peak disciple Tian Zhongdao wins. Great Elder Zhang, Quan's voice rang out. Junior Tian is mighty. Many disciples from Tian Zhongdao shouted excitedly. Tian Zhongdao chuckled and jumped off the stage. This brat does have some skills. I really underestimated him back then. Yu Zaij and Tian Zhongdao had old grudges. His cold eyes stared at Tian Zhongdao. Old Tian, you're amazing. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Tian Zhongdao scratched his head and said, I was just lucky. Compared to you, Lin Feng, I'm far, far from you. You've learned to be humble. Lin Feng hammered Tian Zhongdao's chest. Elder Qiao Yunxiu was delighted. She hadn't expected Tian Zhongdao to give her such a big surprise. She said, the following matches will be more and more difficult. You can't be careless. Yes, disciple understands. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao said hurriedly. The grand competition gradually progressed. What shocked everyone was the performance of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They were so steady that they could sweep through their opponents. What kind of luck did Tian Zhongdao have this year? You actually managed to recruit two such powerful fellows. Look at the other mountain elders. Their faces are turning green. Anyone would feel depressed if they missed out on such a genius, right? Lin Feng fought 6 rounds with his fists, and Tian Zhongdao used physical skills to defeat his opponents. We can't say whether they're geniuses or not. After all, They haven't shown any other abilities. That's right. Having a strong physical body and powerful physical skills doesn't mean that they are talented. If their talent is average, they won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Many disciples were discussing. However, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had shocked them time and time again. Lin Feng had relied on his iron fists to fight his way into the top 12. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, had also made it into the top 12 with his physical skills. Apart from the Supreme Peak, which had 2 spots in the top 12, only the Heaven-Mending Peak had 2 spots in the top 12. When the results came out, almost everyone couldn't believe it was true. In the previous competitions, the Heaven-Mending Peak's disciples had never made it into the top 12. They hadn't even been able to pass the first round, but this time, 2 of them had made it into the top 12. It was unimaginable. The Heaven-Mending Peak's disciples were so excited that their faces turned red. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was also filled with joy. It was different from the previous year's disappointment and sadness. This year, Elder Qiao Yunqiu was pleasantly surprised. Elder Qiao Yunqiu had forgotten how many years it had been since he had felt so proud. The top 12 come on stage. We'll draw lots, and the winner will enter the top 6. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. After that, the top 12 walked onto the stage. They were the Supreme Peaks Li Mingjie and Zhang Lei, Beheading Path Peaks Yang Jian, 5 Elements Peaks Si Kong, Mo Fog City Peaks Yu Zaij, 4 Extremes Peaks Shui Shui Tao, Zhiyang Peaks Shui Shui Jia, Godly Soul Peaks Gu Shao, Divine Sword Peaks Wu Ke, Suyu Peaks Su Zhenghao, Heaven Mending Peaks Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Kid, pray you don't meet me. Si Kong, Mo sneered at Lin Feng. Oh, do you think you're very strong? Lin Feng looked at Si Kong, Mo indifferently. You'll know the difference between us then. Si Kong Mo's expression was ice-cold and extremely arrogant. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. Many people were excited to see Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo facing off against each other. If those 2 really fought, it would be very exciting. To see if Lin Feng was a real genius, they would have to see how many moves Lin Feng could take against Si Kong Mo. Soon, the results of the draw were out. Lin Feng against Si Kong, Mo Li Mingjie against Shui Wentao, Zhu Zhenghao against Wu Ke, Zhang Lei against Yang Jian, Shui Wenjie against Gu Shao, Tian Zhongdao against Yu Zaij. Haha, what a good draw. Yu Zaij laughed sinisterly. He looked at Tian Zhongdao with a sneer. Tian Zhongdao frowned, but didn't say anything. Si Kong Mo looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. It seems like you're not very lucky, said Si Kong Mo, smiling. Lin Feng ignored Si Kong Mo and walked towards the center of the arena. The first round was between him and Si Kong Mo. The first round will be between Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. The rest of you, go and get ready, said Elder Zhang Quan. Yes. The other 10 people walked down from the arena and looked at Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. They wanted to see who their future opponents were. At the same time, all the elders looked at Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo. They also wanted to see if Lin Feng was really talented, and it was only the strength of his physical body. If it was just his physical strength, he wouldn't be able to go far in the future. Qiao Yunqiu looked at the arena nervously. She was even more nervous than when she had first participated in the competition. She really hoped that Lin Feng could continue to create miracles. However, it was extremely difficult to win against a genius like Si Kong Mo. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was very clear about this. 3,000-week water martial spirit. I want to see how strong your martial spirit is, said Lin Feng, looking at Si Kong Mo. Si Kong Mo looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me use my 3,000-week water spirit? Boom. Seekong Mo dashed towards Lin Feng. Swoosh. Seekong Mo suddenly split into 7. The 7 Seekong Mo's dashed towards Lin Feng. Oh my God, what kind of technique is that? Which one is the real Seekong Mo? Seekong Mo is too strong. Lin Feng will definitely lose. He won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Many people exclaimed in shock when they saw Seekong Mo split into 7. Xiao Yunqiu's face turned pale. When she saw Seekong Mo's powerful secret skill, she knew that the tiny wish in her heart was about to be shattered. How could Lin Feng be Seekong Mo's opponent? It's over. The 7 Seekong Mo's said coldly. They all dashed towards Lin Feng and attacked him with their fists. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Even the elders of the Supreme Peak, Beheading Path Peak, and other peaks gasped in shock. Clearly, Seekong Mo's secret technique shocked and moved them. The 7 Seekong Mo's instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked him. Everyone knew that everything was about to end, even if the battle had just begun. Boom. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Feng's body. The aura was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. It seemed to have condensed into something solid. Force. This was Lin Feng's force. When that powerful aura spread out, Yi Zichen was shocked. The 7 Seekong Mo's were enveloped by it. Bang! Bang! Next, the Seekong Mo's exploded one by one. Only the real Seekong Mo's was left. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. Seekong Mo, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Shouted Lin Feng icily. He released the strength of 100,000 cultivators of the star of the star of the sky. The powerful aura hit Seekong Mo's body. Bang! Seekong Mo felt as if his body had been smashed by a huge ancient mountain. Wah! In the next moment, Seekong Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell on the stage with a thud and lay there motionless. He was seriously injured by Lin Feng's aura and fainted. Chapter 5:27. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment when Hongyun, an elder of the Divine Soul Peak, looked astonished, disbelieving, and annoyed. She had been the only one who had thought that Lin Feng wasn't simple. She was an elder of the Divine Soul Peak and focused on soul cultivation. With a strong soul, one's godly consciousness was much stronger. Therefore, when Hongyun had faintly sensed that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but she wasn't sure. Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high, so she had given up on Lin Feng. Only now did Elder Wen Hongyun realize how wrong her decision had been. She even had a faint feeling that she had made a wrong decision. That wrong decision might be the most serious mistake of his life. He won. It was unknown who shouted. Then, the sound of someone shouting filled the entire square. Lin Feng has condensed force. He's a monster. A peerless monster. Many cultivators at the yin-yang layer can't comprehend force. But he's a mere general. He's incredible. Countless people were shouting in astonishment. The elders of the Sovereign Peak, the Beheading Path Peak, and the other peaks were also staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. Everybody was asking themselves the same question. Why didn't they choose Lin Feng back then? Deep regret began to pervade the hearts of these elders. They looked back at the geniuses they had chosen. Compared to Lin Feng, they could only be considered trash. Long live Junior Brother Lin. The disciples of the heaven-repairing peak started shouting, especially the older disciples. It seemed like they wanted to vent their frustrations over the years. The disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were celebrating. Many disciples began to feel a little envious. Good, very good. a peerless genius has appeared in our heaven-repairing mountain. Elder Qiao Yinqiu's face was glowing. Lin Feng jumped off the arena. Some people carried the unconscious Si Kong Mo away. However, the strength that Lin Feng displayed still deeply shocked the others. This was especially true for the top 12 geniuses. Although Si Kong Mo wasn't at his strongest when he fainted, he still had a serious expression on his face. But Lin Feng had used force to oppress Si Kong Mo. Si Kong Mo had been severely injured. That was enough to explain many things. Who would dare to say that they could win against Lin Feng? Everyone regarded Lin Feng as a great enemy. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. The second round, Li Mengjie from the Supreme Peak versus Shui Tao from the Four Extremities Peak. Whoosh! Next, Li Mengjie and Shui Wentao leaped onto the stage. Li Mengjie was once considered the #1 genius. His sea rising bright moon martial soul was a variant martial soul. As long as it was a variant martial spirit, it usually represented strength. Shui Wentao wasn't simple either. He had a thunderbolt martial soul. This thunderbolt martial soul was one of the most destructive martial souls. The battle between Li Mengjie and Shui Wentao was brilliant. Both of them were geniuses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In the end, Li Mengjie summoned her sea rising bright moon martial soul to suppress Shui Wentao. Shui Wentao let out a long cry and summoned his thunderbolt martial soul. In the air, terrifying thunderbolts intertwined. The two sides collided again and again. Shui Wentao is young. He doesn't have enough strength and experience. He's probably going to lose this battle. Lin Feng muttered. Tian Zhongdao nodded. He could also see that although Shui Wentao was terrifyingly talented, he was only 16 years old after all. There was a gap between his cultivation and Li Mengjie's. As expected, after half an hour, Shui Wentao couldn't hold on anymore and was defeated by Li Mengjie. Junior brother Shui, thank you for letting me win. Li Mengjie panted slightly. She had used up a lot of energy to defeat Shui Wentao. Senior sister is more skilled. I admire you. Shui Wentao cupped his fists. In the third round, Suyu Peak, Zhu Zhenghao versus Divine Sword Peak. Wu Ku. Zhu Zhenghao's martial soul was the sky-dominating divine blade, martial soul. It was the most violent tool, martial soul. Wu Ku's martial soul was the heavenly sword. This martial soul was also extremely powerful. Both of them had tool, martial souls. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, Wu Ku narrowly defeated Zhu Zhenghao with one move. In the fourth round, Supreme Peak's Zhang Lei versus Beheading Peak's Yang Jian. Zhang Lei's martial soul was the Azure Dragon martial soul. It was a famous martial soul among the beast martial souls. Yang Jian's martial soul was the three-headed giant spirit martial soul. It was also a terrifying martial soul. Both of them were good at cultivating their physical bodies. This battle could be said to be extremely intense. Even the arena was shaken to the point of cracking. In the end, Zhang Lei summoned the Azure Dragon. On the other hand, Yang Jian summoned his three-headed titan martial soul. The two terrifying martial souls collided, and the ground shook violently. In the end, Yang Jian was stronger and defeated Zhang Lei. In the fifth round, Zhiyang Peak, Shui Wenjie versus Divine Soul Peak, Gu Shao. Shui Wenjie's martial soul was the lightning martial soul. Gu Zhao's martial soul was a strange, black mist martial soul. The black mist martial soul emitted a black mist that covered the sky. Once Gu Shao was covered by the black fog martial spirit, he could hide inside it. However, Shui Wenjie's lightning martial soul suppressed Gu Zhao's black mist martial soul. In this battle, Shui Wenjie won. In the sixth round, It was Tian Zhongdao versus Yu Zige of Misty Capital Peak. These two people had a deep grudge. Tian Zhongdao was miserably tricked by Yu Zige, and even his family heirloom, the Bloodstone Jade, was stolen. When Tian Zhongdao wanted to take revenge on Yu Zige, he kicked Yu Zige in the face and sent him flying. How could Yu Zige, the young master of an aristocratic family, endure such humiliation? He couldn't wait to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Therefore, the battle between these two people could be said to be tit for tat. I'm thinking about how to torture you when I step on you. Yu Zige's face was filled with a sinister smile. Regarding this battle, almost all the elders of the peaks thought that Yu Zige would win. This wasn't without reason. Tian Zhongdao had always relied on his physical skills to reach the top 12. However, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was a very low-level kitchen knife martial soul. Against Yu Zige, who had the Rain martial soul, he was at a disadvantage. Junior Tian is in danger. In the crowd, Jingping slightly frowned. The other disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak also slightly sighed. Even though his physical skills were strong, against Yu Zige's Rain martial soul, even the strongest physical skills would lose their power. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying qi was emitted from Yu Zige's body. Tian Zhongdao and Yu Zige's battle started. Yu Zige was the first to attack. He charged straight at Tian Zhongdao. His body was like a dragon. Above Yu Zige, a giant dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and claws. Dragon attack. Yu Zige sneered. In a flash, he arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao and fiercely punched towards Tian Zhongdao's chest. Tian Zhongdao didn't react at all. What a terrifying attack. Quickly look, Tian Zhongdao is scared silly. Many people were astonished. Chapter 528. Tian Zhongdao's defeat was within everyone's expectations, but they didn't think that he would lose in such a cowardly manner. Yu Zige's attack was about to hit him, but he didn't react at all. How was he going to fight? Was he going to be defeated by Yu Zige in one move? Yu Zige's dragon strike was about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body, but at that moment, Tian Zhongdao suddenly flew into the air. Physical skill, soaring. Bang! Yu Zige's attack landed where Tian Zhongdao was originally standing, but Tian Zhongdao had already dodged in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Yu Zige's attack landed in the air. Not good. Yu Zige's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Moon step. Tian Zhongdao quickly arrived in front of Yu Zige in midair. Leg kill. Then, his right leg suddenly kicked out. Iron Lock River. At that moment of danger, Yu Zige's hands were in front of him. Tian Zhongdao's attack fiercely hit Yu Zige's arms. Yu Zige was immediately sent flying. Clang! Yu Zige fiercely fell on the stage and rolled a dozen times before stopping. What a terrifying reaction speed. He completed a physical skill in the blink of an eye. Cutting Path Peak Elder, Zhou Penquin was shocked. Ning Xingtian said, "This Tian Zhongdao is very smart. He knows that physical skills are suitable for close combat, so he didn't make a move. He waited for Yu Zige to arrive in front of him before making a move. His temperament and his use of physical skills are very shocking." Sheng Yu sneered and said, "Physical skills are nothing. Wait until Yu Zige uses his martial spirit. Tian Zhongdao will be crushed." Yu Zige was a disciple of Wu Du Peak. As an elder of Wu Du Peak, Sheng Yu would naturally speak up for him. Although they didn't like Elder Sheng Yu's arrogant tone, the other elders still agreed with Elder Sheng Yu's words. Once Yu Zige brought out his Rain martial spirit, Tian Zhongdao would only be able to passively take a beating. Middle Path's grasp of battle timing is impeccable. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw Tian Zhongdao's rising in the air, moon steps, and kick attack. It was a perfect combination of 3 attacks. Lin Feng was astonished. The rest of the disciples were also shocked to see what was happening in the ring. Originally, everyone thought that Tanaka-do would be defeated easily. But who would have thought that in the first exchange, it was actually Tian Zhongdao who injured Yu Zaij? However, even though Tian Zhongdao repelled Yu Zaij, not many people believed that Tian Zhongdao could win this battle. This was because Yu Zaij's martial soul was too powerful. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was only a kitchen knife martial soul. This was the first time many of them had heard of such a martial soul. Clearly, this kitchen knife martial soul wasn't a powerful martial soul. "Brat, you've pissed me off." Yu Zaij crawled up from the ground. His face was slightly twisted. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Tian Zhongdao. Anger. Endless fury. Yu Zaij even had the urge to kill someone. In front of tens of thousands of disciples, elders, and attendants, he was sent flying with a kick. This was a great humiliation. For a disciple like Yu Zaij, this was an unbearable blow. Boom. Yu Zaij's dantian emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was obvious that Yu Zaij had started to activate his martial soul. Yu Zaij's martial soul was the rain martial soul. It was an extremely terrifying martial soul. "It's raining." It was unknown who said this. As expected, rain fell from the sky. It was drizzling. It wasn't dense enough. "It's the rain martial soul," someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were on Yu Zaij. This was the rain martial soul. Yu Zaij's ultimate move. Buzz. Suddenly, the ring emitted a cold chi. The raindrops that were falling down started to tremble slightly. Every time they trembled, they seemed to be increasing their strength. Shwa. A cold light rushed out. A drop of rain turned into a sword chi and instantly attacked Tian Zhongdao. The rain martial soul is starting to show its power. Many disciples cried out in surprise. Even the elders of the various peaks were staring at Yu Zaij's rain martial spirit. They had only heard of the rain martial spirit, but had never seen it before. Now, it was time to observe the wonders of Yu Ziji's martial spirit. "Blade light." Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. Whoosh. The light in Tian Zhongdao's dantian soared into the sky. Dense saber lights shot out. It collided with Yu Zaij's sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard, as if weapons were clashing. Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul can condense so many knife lights? The elders were puzzled. Such a trashy martial soul shouldn't be able to display such powerful combat strength. They were all puzzled. Elder Qiao Yunxiu was very excited to see Tian Zhongdao's astonishing battle prowess. Squall. Yu Zaij shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind began to howl, along with the strong wind. In an instant, the area covered by the arena was covered by torrential rain. Yu Zigu pushed his rain martial spirit to the extreme. The rain became denser. An earth-shattering attack enveloped the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. "Blade net." Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by a dense net of knives. That net of knives was completely condensed out of the saber lights. Soar. Tian Zhongdao flew into the air. Moon step. He used the net of knives to protect himself and quickly rushed towards Yu Zigu. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Yu Zigu. Everyone was nervously watching the battle. Tian Zhongdao didn't seem to be as trashy as everyone thought. Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul was also quite strange. It didn't seem to be a simple kitchen knife martial soul. Seeing Tian Zhongdao rushing towards him, Yu Ziji's face revealed a cold smile. "Eat my 360 swords." As his voice fell, the dense rainwater in front of Yu Zaij actually condensed into a giant sword. There were a total of 365 swords. Every single one of the giant swords exuded a terrifying power. Feeling the power of those swords, many people's faces became pale. 365 swords directly rushed towards Tian Zhongdao. My rain martial spirit can at most condense 10,000 swords. But right now, my cultivation isn't high enough. I can only condense 365 swords. But against you, it's enough. Uzge's cold voice suddenly resounded. That guy from the heaven-repairing peak is finished. Many disciples looked at the 365 swords in shock. The 365 swords were about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body. Tian Zhongdao, who was in the air, had no way to dodge. But at that moment, news of Tian Zhongdao's death spread silently. The 365 swords all exploded in the air. In the next moment, Tian Zhongdao silently appeared in front of Uzge. No, that's impossible. How could he disappear? Uzge roared in disbelief. He suddenly felt the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and saw Tian Zhongdao's fist rushing towards him. Bang! That powerful fist landed on Uzge's face. Wah! Uzge spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood was mixed with his teeth. Clang! Chapter 5:29. Shocked gazes fell on Tanaka Dao, who was panting slightly in the ring. Uzge was defeated. He was defeated by Tian Zhongdao. And he was defeated in such a humiliating way. Many people still couldn't believe that this was real. Similar to the shock of the ordinary disciples, the elders of the Supreme Peak beheading Dao Peak, and the other peaks all stood up. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Tian Zhongdao's dantian. The light in Tian Zhongdao's dantian was quickly dissipating, but they still saw it. 2 rays of light. What did this mean? Twin martial spirits. You actually have the legendary twin martial spirits. Supreme Peak Elder Ning Shengtian said with a trembling voice, "Ah, twin martial spirits." All the disciples were shocked. They had naturally heard of twin martial spirits. Under normal circumstances, cultivators only had one martial spirit. Even Lin Feng, who had evolved his martial spirit twice, only had one martial spirit, which was the devouring martial spirit. Because of the evolution of his martial spirit, Lin Feng had 5 devouring martial spirits. But there was a kind of person who didn't have one martial spirit. They had 2 martial spirits. This was the legendary twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits were extremely rare. Even in the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, it was difficult to find a twin martial soul. But those who had twin martial spirits were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Li Mengjia and the others were also very talented, but in front of Tian Zhongdao's twin martial spirits, they were simply incomparable. He actually has twin martial spirits. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's expression was one of wild joy. Lin Feng had already brought her too many surprises. Elder Qiao Yunqiu didn't expect that other than Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao would also bring her such a big surprise. That's right, I have a second martial spirit, which is the invisibility martial spirit. Tian Zhongdao said. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The invisibility martial spirit. It was actually the dark martial spirit. Among all the types of martial spirits, the dark martial spirit was the most terrifying. Huff, huff, huff. The elders of the Supreme Peak, Cutting Path Peak, and the other peaks were breathing rapidly. They knew what twin martial spirits meant. Why didn't I choose Tian Zhongdao back then? These elders were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Lin Feng, Tanaka Dao, they were the 2 most terrifying people among this batch of freshmen. He had actually missed all of them. At the thought of this, all the mountain elders had the urge to find a wall and kill themselves. Tian Zhongdao jumped down from the ring. Lin Feng noticed that something was wrong with Tian Zhongdao. He quietly reached out his hand to support Tian Zhongdao. What's going on? Lin Feng whispered. Initially, I only had the first layer of the invisibility spirit, and that was when I didn't attack. But a moment ago, in order to dodge Yuzai's attacks, I had to use the second layer of the invisibility spirit to dodge Yuzai's 365 sword attacks. To me, that was extremely exhausting. Tian Zhongdao said with a pale face, "Take a rest." Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Elder Qiao Yunqiu could also see that something was wrong with Tian Zhongdao's body. He couldn't help but worry. After Lin Feng explained the situation, Elder Qiao Yunqiu calmed down. Elder Zhang Quan said, "The top 6 have been decided. They are Tian Mending Peak's disciples, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, Supreme Peak's disciples, Li Mengjie, Divine Sword Peak's disciple, Wu Ku, Cutting Path Peak's disciple, Yang Jian, and Extreme Yang Peak's disciple, Shui Wenjie." Tian Zhongdao quickly recovered. After an hour, Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked at Tian Zhongdao and asked, "How do you feel?" Tian Zhongdao sighed and said, I'm afraid. It'll be difficult to participate in the battle." "You've already done very well. Don't feel burdened." Elder Qiao Yunqiu said. Tian Zhongdao nodded. Elder Qiao Yunqiu said, "Tian Zhongdao has been injured during the battle, so he has to withdraw from the final battle." Hua! Immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. If Tian Zhongdao withdrew from the final battle, then one of the top 6 disciples would have a chance. Elder Zhang Quan said, "Tian Zhongdao has withdrawn, so the 12 peaks will now send new disciples to participate in the final battle. The final winner will enter the top 6 and participate in the final battle." Tian Mending Peak didn't send any disciples because apart from Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, no one else could win. Yao Peak and Lingzhen Peak didn't send anyone either. In this way, only the disciples from the 9 peaks would participate in the battle for the last spot. This time, the battle was controlled, and one person would draw lots in the first round. After the top 5 were chosen, the second round would draw lots of people, and 3 people would be selected. The last 2 disciples would fight against each other, and the winner would fight against the other. After an intense battle, the disciple of the 4 extreme peaks, Shui Wentao, obtained the final victory. Although Shui Wentao was only 16 years old, his thunderbolt martial spirit was extremely terrifying. During the 12-6 round, he had only lost to Li Mengjie. Thus, the top 6 were decided. Tian Mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng, Jizun Peak's disciple Li Mengjie, Dao Beheading Peak's disciple Yang Jian, Yang Peak's disciple Shui Wenjie, 4 Extreme Peaks disciple Shui Wentao, Divine Sword Peak's disciple Wu Ku. The final battle is about to begin. The top 6 come on stage. Great Elder Zhang Quan shouted in a deep voice. Swoosh! The top 6 all flew towards the arena. In the past, the top 3 would be decided first. Then one person would draw lots while the other 2 would fight against each other. The winner would fight against the loser. Before this year's competition, the Patriarch gathered us elders to discuss the rules for the top 6. In the past, the top 6 would fight against each other. But this year, the Patriarch changed the rules. The other elders nodded. The rest of the elders nodded slightly. Obviously, they already knew about this. The rules changed? What rules? All the disciples were confused. The new rules are a battle royale between the top 6, said Elder Zhang Quan. Ah, a battle royale? Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that it would be a battle royale. A battle royale between the top 6. Didn't that mean they could join hands with others? A battle royale between the top 6. Anyone can join hands with others until the last person is standing on the arena. As expected, Elder Zhang Quan continued to explain the rules for the final battle. It was too cruel. A battle royale between the top 6 was much crueler than a one-on-one battle royale. Li Mengjie and the others couldn't help but frown. Everyone looked at the people around them with vigilant expressions. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. No matter what the rules were, as a disciple, he couldn't refuse them. Let's start the final battle. After Great Elder Zhang Quan finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Li Mengjie and the others glanced at each other. Swish, swish, swish. Li Mengjie, Yang Jian, Shui Wentao, Shui Wenjie, and Wu Ku quickly separated and surrounded Lin Feng. Those 5 people want to join hands and get rid of Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 530. The elders of the other peaks watched the battle coldly. They had never thought that a dark horse like Lin Feng would appear. In their opinion, the top geniuses of the other peaks should be on par with each other. That was why the battle royale was more exciting and dangerous. Of course, it was also more cruel. However, Lin Feng's strength wasn't very clear, but he was definitely a threat to everyone. The rest of the geniuses couldn't be like what the elders had imagined. They would definitely choose to eliminate Lin Feng, who was a huge threat to everyone. That was why it was 5 against 1. Despicable. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was ashen, but she was also helpless. She didn't have the ability to change the direction of the battle. It seems like the 5 geniuses will have to deal with Lin Feng first. That's right. Lin Feng is too big of a threat. If they don't deal with him quickly, the 5 geniuses will be greatly restricted. Many people were discussing spiritedly. The disciples of the heaven-mending peak were looking at Lin Feng with worry. This battle was too troublesome for Lin Feng. 1 against 5. This was a situation where he would lose without a doubt. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked at the 5 geniuses. Do you want to fight me together? The 5 geniuses didn't say anything, although they felt that even if they won, it wouldn't be an honorable victory. But so what? The purpose of the competition was to fight for first place. Others would only remember the winner, not the loser. Whoosh! The 5 geniuses moved. Li Mengjie used soft bone twisting fist, aiming for Lin Feng's chest. Wild lightning fist. Shui Wentao roared, and his fist was surrounded by lightning energy. Lightning fist. Shui Wenjie roared, and purple lightning intertwined around him. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Dragon traversing heaven and earth. Yang Jian roared, and his body jumped out. His back suddenly swayed, and he was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He used all the strength in his body to instantly explode with a terrifying attack, ruthlessly attacking Lin Feng. Bright moon, sword chi. As for Wu Ku, he waved his right hand and slashed out sword chi. The sword chi shot out in all directions, and the faint silhouette of a bright moon could be vaguely seen. Such might was truly astonishing. They've made their move. He won't be defeated instantly, right? That's possible. After all, 5 geniuses are ganging up on him. Many people cried out in alarm. All the elders widened their eyes and stared at the battle on the stage, not daring to miss any action. Humph! 5 small fries dare to be so fierce? Lin Feng sneered. Many people were dumbfounded. Being besieged by 5 geniuses, this guy actually dared to ridicule them as 5 small fries? Do you think the 5 geniuses will let you off after angering them like this? This fellow, Elder Qiao Yunqiu, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Feng's words. However, she found that Lin Feng was indeed too calm. At that moment, Elder Qiao Yunqiu suddenly recalled something the Peak Lord had said to her before leaving. If I don't come back, you have to protect Lin Feng, no matter what. At that time, Elder Qiao Yunxiu hadn't understood the Peak Lord's meaning. Now, he seemed to have vaguely understood something. "You're courting death." The 5 geniuses roared furiously, each of them pushing their attacks to the limit. They naturally had reason to be angry, yet Lin Feng had actually called them small fries. The 5 geniuses also knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose. He'd said this to infuriate them. But even though they knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose, they still didn't care. The 5 geniuses were still incomparably furious. They had been successfully infuriated. Right now, the 5 geniuses only wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. They wanted him to know how foolish it was to underestimate them, and how disastrous the price he would have to pay. Raging winds billowed. Wild winds howled through the mountains and rivers. I laughed to the heavens. His aura suppressed everything. Lin Feng shouted. Boom! Everyone could feel an incomparably terrifying force emanating from Lin Feng's body. It was to sweep away all obstacles. It was domineering and fearless. It was to fight against the heavens and the earth. It was a kind of invincible momentum with me as the Tao. This was force. Force was different from force. Lin Feng had killed his way out of an army of thousands. Thus, he had comprehended force. His force had a kind of iron-blooded, fearless temperament. This kind of force was also the most suitable for battle. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone heard a series of muffled sounds of collisions. One figure after another was sent flying out. It's the 5 geniuses. How is this possible? The 5 geniuses joined forces, but they still can't resist the force emitted by Lin Feng? How can his force be so tyrannical? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. The force emitted from Lin Feng's body was really too terrifying. It made everyone feel a sense of horror. Martial spirit, sacrifice. The 5 geniuses shouted in unison. At this time, they knew that if they didn't sacrifice their martial spirits, they would have no chance of winning against Lin Feng. Although it was very discouraging, that was the truth. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out as the 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. Li Mengjia's rising over the sea shot out moonlight that filled the sky. The sea emerged, and the bright moon rose from the end of the sea. Roar! The roar shook the sky. Yang Jian's 3 heads appeared. The roar of the 3 heads shook the heavens and earth, causing many people's ears to ring. Rumble! A loud rumbling sound followed. Shui, Wentao's lightning martial spirit, was sacrificed, and a large thundercloud gathered above the arena. Shui Wenjia's lightning martial spirit was sacrificed, and the power of lightning intertwined above the arena. Everyone saw that when the lightning and thunder intertwined, their power increased rapidly. The 2 martial spirits complemented each other. Wu Ke's heavenly sword martial spirit was sacrificed, and a sword of light condensed in the air, surrounded by a holy aura. Kill! The 5 geniuses shouted, and all of them rushed towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, they released their spirit energies and moved towards Lin Feng to attack him. What a terrifying martial spirit! Look, Lin Feng's force can't suppress the 5 geniuses. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people shouted in shock. Even the elders nodded slightly. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely lose if the 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. The 5 geniuses' attacks were about to hit Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's dantian emitted a bright light. Waves of shocking waves swept across the heavens and earth. Buzz! In the next moment, a black hole appeared. His martial spirit, Wan Hongyun, an elder of the Divine Spirit Peak, stared at Lin Feng's martial spirit. She clearly remembered that when the 12 peaks were selecting candidates, she had asked Lin Feng what his martial spirit was. Lin Feng had said it was a martial spirit with the ability to devour and confine. When Hong Yun didn't pay much attention to it, she just thought it was rare. But now, Lin Feng had sacrificed his martial spirit. Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the arena. Everyone saw it. Li Mengjia's ocean and moon were instantly devoured by the black hole. Yang Jian's 3 martial spirits were struggling, but they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. The power of lightning and thunder was also devoured by the black hole. The heavenly sword slashed down, but it didn't enter the black hole and disappeared. The martial spirits of the 5 geniuses didn't even make a splash before they were devoured by the black hole. Impossible! The 5 geniuses shouted in disbelief. Break! In the next moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, and a strong force surged out. The 5 geniuses were struck by lightning and were all sent flying. Plop! One after another, they all fell to the ground, their faces pale. How could this be? The 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits, but they were still defeated. Countless people looked at the arena as if they had lost their souls. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. That was the joint attack of the 5 geniuses. As the wind blew, the handsome young man stood on the stage like a perfect painting. No one wanted to break the silence. Chapter 531. I didn't disappoint you. Disciple 1. Lin Feng cupped his fists in front of Elder Qiao Yunxiu, whose eyes were glistening with tears. Lin Feng knew how much Elder Qiao Yunxiu had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng knew that Elder Qiao Yunxiu had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng admired Elder Qiao Yunxiu. Even after suffering so much ridicule and setbacks, she still persisted in the heaven-repairing peak. Elder Qiao Yunxiu was the weakest of the sect's elders, but who could compare to her character? Good, good. Elder Qiao Yunxiu murmured and nodded. She was gratified. It turned out that her bitter perseverance hadn't been in vain. After the previous peak master, Yubu Tian, another genius had appeared in Heaven-Mending Peak. No, more accurately, there were 2 geniuses and Tian Zhongdao, who had twin martial spirits. Said Ningsheng Tian, jumping up, Lin Feng Tian Zhongdao, the Supreme Peak is willing to provide you with all the resources you need. We can also provide you with the best skills and techniques. I can even ask the Patriarch to teach you spells and techniques. What do you think about joining the Supreme Peak? Ha! Elder Ning, the sect leader, has already left the sect for 300 years. He's still fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield. How could he have time to teach Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao? Why don't you 2 join my beheading peak? My cutting path peak cuts the way of heaven and earth. Among all the peaks, it is the peak that has the most powerful comprehension of the way of heaven and earth. If you join us, I am sure that under the cultivation of my cutting path peak, you will definitely be promoted to the Yin Yang realm. When Hong Yan also walked out and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm guessing that your spiritual strength must be very strong, right? If you join my Divine Soul Peak, we have top-notch soul cultivation techniques, and Tian Zhongdao is very suitable for our Divine Soul Peak. Tian Zhongdao has twin martial spirits, and using martial spirits requires a lot of soul power, which is what our Divine Soul Peak specializes in. The elders of the other peaks all walked out and started arguing. They all wanted to fight over Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone stared at the elders with their mouths agape. However, it was understandable. It would be a pity to miss out on geniuses like Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Elder Qiao Yunxiu's face was incomparably ugly. She had long guessed that these elders would come to snatch Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. However, Elder Qiao Yunxiu had no way to stop it. Compared to the other peaks, What was heaven mending peak? He was unable to provide any additional cultivation resources, and even the heaven mending technique had been lost. Elder Qiao Yunqiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but only bitterness filled her heart. She did not know how to persuade Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to stay. Perhaps geniuses like them shouldn't belong to heaven mending peak in the first place. The heaven mending peak is still the heaven mending peak of the past. It will always be the same until the heaven mending peak is removed from the list. Today's competition is probably the last glory of the heaven mending peak, right? Elder Qiao Yunqiu sighed. Cough, cough. Elders, may I ask when the reward will be given? After the reward, I still need to return to the heaven mending peak to cultivate. While the elders were arguing, Lin Feng's voice spread in the air. Yes, yes, yes. Reward. Where is the reward? Tian Zhongdao also shouted. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's eyes suddenly widened, and then she became overjoyed. She naturally understood what Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao meant. Lin Feng didn't refuse the elders of the other groups because they were elders, so he didn't want them to lose face. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, you two should think about it carefully. This will affect how far you can go in the future and what kind of achievements you will achieve. Elder Ning Xingtian of the Supreme Peak said, Elder, you're right. A single top-grade spirit stone won't allow me to go far in the future. Elder, can you discuss and give me a few more? Lin Feng said with a smile. Ning Xingtian's mouth twitched violently. This kid was obviously pretending to be ignorant. However, the other elders did not continue arguing. They could see that Lin Feng was a very opinionated person. Once he made a decision, he would not change it. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao and Lin Feng were very close, so Lin Feng made the decision. If Lin Feng did not join the other peaks, Tian Zhongdao would not join either. The competition ended, but it had obviously caused a huge commotion in the Blue Cloud sect. Everybody knew that two geniuses had appeared in the heaven-mending peak. It was said that the great elders who had been cultivating in seclusion in the small world were also alarmed. The heaven-mending peak has not had an easy time these years. Every month, give them twice the amount of resources. One of the supreme elders said. The Blue Cloud sect was in a heated discussion. The disciples of the heaven-mending peak were the ones who had benefited the most. There were only a few hundred disciples in the heaven-mending peak, but now they had received twice the amount of resources. Of course, the disciples had benefited greatly. Everyone was filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone knew that if it wasn't for Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, the heaven-mending peak wouldn't have been able to obtain these cultivation resources. In the following month, Lin Feng had been cultivating diligently. Other than honing his spirit array and alchemy skills, he would also observe the star chart every day to comprehend the mysteries within. Of course, Lin Feng didn't give up on his own cultivation either. He could vaguely feel that he was about to break through to the 10th layer of the martial general realm. I've already used up all the spirit herbs on me. I need to find a place to collect a large amount of spirit herbs. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue refining pills. Lin Feng said, alchemy is a profession that consumes a lot of resources. Any powerful alchemist is accumulated with countless wealth. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. During this period of time, he didn't know how many spirit herbs he had destroyed when he was refining pills. After another 10 days, Lin Feng observed the star chart. For the first time, his divine will made a connection with the mysterious existence within the endless starlight. It was a slight connection, but that connection was quickly cut off. However, even so, Lin Feng still benefited greatly. He absorbed a large amount of starlight energy from the 90,000 star charts, and Lin Feng's soul reached the peak of the 9th layer of the yin-yang realm. The 90,000 star charts are really amazing. They allowed my soul power to break through quickly. Lin Feng was filled with joy. After spending another 10 days, Lin Feng felt that his true essence was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had piled up a large amount of high-grade spirit stones in his room. Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, so he needed a lot of spirit stones each time. Others only needed a few high-grade spirit stones to break through, but he would often need hundreds or even more. Of course, after breaking through, Lin Feng's battle prowess was far superior to others. Lin Feng tried to break through, and a large amount of spirit energy surged into his body. However, after absorbing the energy of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, he still didn't succeed. Lin Feng felt that he was still lacking some maturity. In the end, Lin Feng took out the top-grade spirit stones he had obtained during the small competition. He began to absorb the energy of the top-grade spirit stones. Boom! Finally, with the support of the top-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng's body surged with power and instantly exploded. Chapter 532. Late at night, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao sat on the roof, gazing at the moon while drinking wine. What are you thinking about? Tian Zhongdao asked. I'm thinking about what the Peak Lord told me about establishing my own Dao. Even now, I still don't understand what Dao is, and what is my own Dao? Lin Feng said, My own Dao, even if there are many experts in the yin-yang world, they don't they? Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded and said, but the Peak Lord said that establishing one's own Dao has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Moreover, the earlier one establishes one's Dao, the more beneficial it will be for one's cultivation. Tian Zhongdao showed a pensive expression. Why didn't you invite me to drink? At that moment, the old drunkard's voice rang out. The old drunkard appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the roof. Tian Zhongdao rolled his eyes and said, You still have the nerve to come back. The old drunkard said mysteriously, I actually went to do something for the Peak Lord. Who are you trying to fool? Tian Zhongdao obviously didn't believe him. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What is it? Buddha says, I can't tell you. The old drunkard grinned before taking another big gulp of wine. The three of them drank until late at night before going their separate ways. Do you think there's anything wrong with the old drunkard? Lin Feng looked at the fire qilin. The fire qilin shook its head. Lin Feng rubbed his head and said, Maybe he's been too tired from cultivating, so he's a little stressed out. That's why he's so paranoid. The old drunkard had fled before the competition, and now that he had returned, many people were unhappy. However, the old drunkard was thick-skinned, and he ignored their gazes. If anyone angered the old drunkard, he would shout, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao are my brothers. If you dare bully me, I'll have my brothers teach you a lesson. This old bastard. Some disciples rolled their eyes, but for the sake of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, they didn't argue with the old drunkard. A few older disciples organized a bonfire party, hoping to invite Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to participate, because Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were both extremely hardworking people. They were rarely seen. Therefore, many disciples of the heaven-mending peak were not familiar with Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They organized this bonfire party to let everyone get to know each other. Several hundred disciples had arrived. The bonfire party was very lively. Zhang Hu smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, look at the way the female disciples are looking at you. I'm so envious. Are you going to? As he spoke, he even made a very obscene gesture. Lin Feng gradually became familiar with Zhang, and knew that this guy liked to joke around. He smiled and said, "If those senior and junior sisters heard you, they might beat you to death." "Zhang, are you speaking ill of us?" More than 10 female disciples walked over, and a female disciple in a red dress snorted. This female disciple in a red dress was called Shi. She was in the 5th firmament of the martial king realm and had the highest cultivation among the female disciples. Her figure was tall and hot, and her face was delicate and beautiful. Her hot body and perfect face made her have many pursuers. However, she had never had any scandals with any male disciple. She was also very hard-working in her cultivation. "Senior brother Zhang, who is the worst? He's definitely slandering us." Another female disciple snorted and said, "This female disciple was called Zhening. She was petite and very cute." The other female disciples also began to criticize Wang, whose face immediately became bitter, and he said with a sad face, "Junior sisters, you've misunderstood me. I'm really as innocent as the snow in June. I was just praising you for being as beautiful as fairies." "We don't believe your nonsense. Junior brother Lin is senior brother Wang who's speaking ill of us." Zhening smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You've really misunderstood senior brother Wang. He's indeed praising you for being beautiful." Wang, who secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "We believe junior brother Lin's words, but we don't believe Wang whose words." The group of female disciples laughed. Wang, who said helplessly, "Is it because junior brother Lin's cultivation level is higher than mine, and he's more handsome than me? Is that why you're so biased?" Many female disciples snorted at Wang, a few bolder female disciples said, "That's right, that's what we think." Everyone laughed and joked, and Wang, who introduced the names of the female disciples to Lin Feng. Shi Weizhu and Zhening were naturally very outstanding. One of them had a sexy body, while the other was petite and exquisite. They were both extremely beautiful, and they were two different types of beauties. The bonfire party naturally included dancing, and many disciples danced around the bonfire. Wang, who urged, "Junior brother Lin, hurry up and invite junior sister Weizhu to dance with you. We don't have such an honor." Lin Feng stood up and invited Shi Weizhu to dance. Shi Weizhu blushed and stretched out her hand. Lin Feng gently held her hand and walked with her to the bonfire. After that, the days seemed to have returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial king realm as soon as possible. During this time, a piece of news was circulating in the sect. The Thunderblade's secret territory was about to open, and many disciples were talking about it. The Thunderblade's secret territory was a secret territory in the Wasteland region. It was extremely mysterious, and it was said that it would only open once every 500 years. Not only were there many ancient cultivator caves in the Thunderblade's secret territory, but there were also top-notch mines that could be mined for top-grade spirit stones and countless spirit herbs. Every time the Thunderblade's secret territory opened, it would be open for a year. After a year, people had to leave the Thunderblade's secret territory. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the Thunderblade secret territory until they died. In addition, the Thunderblade's secret realm had its own order of heaven and earth. Only cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm were allowed to enter that place. Cultivators above the Yin-Yang realm were not allowed to enter the Thunderblade secret realm. Now that the Thunderblade's secret realm was about to open, the Blue Cloud sect was going to organize disciples to go there to gain experience. Have you heard of the Thunderblade's secret territory? At night, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the Thunderblade secret territory. Of course I've heard of it. It's said that in the ancient times, there was a great battle between two peerless cultivators. one of the peerless cultivators attacked with his blade, and that attack almost destroyed the entire wasteland region. After that, the area where the blade attacked became the Thunderblade secret territory. The Thunderblade secret territory ran through half of the wasteland region. Said the Fire Qilin, "That's terrifying." Lin Feng was astonished. In the wasteland region, ordinary people couldn't cross it even if they walked for 100 years. How big was the wasteland region? A strong cultivator from the ancient times had almost split the wasteland apart with a single attack. How big was that blade? How could it split the wasteland apart? That cultivator from the ancient times was unimaginably strong. Chapter 533. It's hard to imagine a battle between ancient experts. They were all on the level of gods. You should know that there are no more experts on that level in the Martial Heaven continent, said the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded. Before the Fire Qilin had broken through to the god realm, it had been called the Flame Saint. It had been one of the strongest experts on the Martial Heaven continent. Based on the jade tube his father had left behind, the god realm experts were most likely in the outside world. This slash formed the Thunderblade secret territory. Does that mean that the Thunderblade secret territory is usually surrounded by restrictions? Asked Lin Feng. It's not a restrictive spell. It's a destructive law of order, said the Fire Qilin. What's a law of order? Asked Lin Feng. That's how it is. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternate. People get old, get sick, and die. That's the law of nature. That's what cultivators call the heavenly Tao. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao is the power of the law of order. It's the same principle as how many dragons a general has. But the power of the law of order isn't something that just anyone can touch. Even almighty experts would be instantly annihilated by the power of the law of order. So if the lightning blade secret domain isn't opened, no one would dare to barge in. They'd die a miserable death, said the Fire Qilin. Then why does the lightning blade secret domain only allow cultivators below the yin-yang realm to enter? Asked Lin Feng. Perhaps it's the power of the law of order. The power of the law of order can change many things. Lin Feng asked, "Do you plan on going to the lightning blade secret domain with me?" Said the Fire Qilin helplessly. "I can't go in even if I want to. Even though my divine energy has been devoured, my cultivation base is still there." Lin Feng could only nod. Over the next few days, Lin Feng learned the dividing metal and fixing acupuncture points technique from the Fire Qilin. The ancient book said, to find the dragon and divide the metal, look at the coiling mountain. Each coiling mountain is a pass. Closing the pass is like 8 layers of danger. This incantation was called the dragon-seeking formula, and it was one of the methods used to separate metal and locate acupoints. As the saying goes, mound seal, touch gold talisman, move mountains and remove ridges, search for the dragon incantation. Human light candle, ghost blow out the lamp, survey palanquin inverted battle, and search for the star peak, Mercury gourd, nourish the radiant vessel, dragon pavilions and treasure halls have been countless. Deep coffins, bronze outer coffins, 8 characters. Do not approach if the 8 characters are not hard. The art of tomb robbing had been passed down since ancient times and had an extremely long history. There were also many classifications of tomb robbers, such as tomb robbers, mountain-moving Taoist, tomb robbers, and so on. After communicating with the Fire Qilin, Lin Feng learned that Taoist Wu Liang was a mountain-moving Taoist. Moving mountain Taoist was naturally a Taoist as well, but he was not accepted by orthodox Taoists. This was because moving mountain Taoist specialized in digging up ancestral graves, stealing treasures, and harming others for his own benefit. In the eyes of Taoists, this was something that harmed one's virtue. Of course, Lin Feng didn't learn the dividing metal and fixing acupoints technique from the Fire Qilin because he didn't have much interest in this kind of thing. However, using this secret technique to find the ancient cultivators, Immortal's Cave was still quite useful. It could even be used to fix Dragon's Cave, search for feng shui, and find spirit veins. The sect finally spread the news. Outer Sect disciple Grand Elder Jian Yu and Grand Elder Zhang Quan would personally lead the elite Outer Sect disciples to the Thunderblade's secret realm. As for the ordinary disciples, the sect didn't recommend them to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm because the Thunderblade's secret realm was very chaotic. Killing and robbing treasures could be seen everywhere. If one's cultivation wasn't enough to enter the Thunderblade secret realm, wouldn't it be courting death? As for the inner sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, they were all cultivating in the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space. The profound spirit space was a space condensed by the founder of the Blue Cloud sect, the god realm ancestor Blue Cloud. The spirit energy inside was dozens of times more than the outside world. It could simply be called a holy land for cultivation. It was located in the deepest part of the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples cultivating inside basically didn't interact with the outer sect disciples. Lin Feng had heard that Nebula Pavilion had a mysterious ancestral land, which was also a holy land for cultivation. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space was very similar to Nebula Pavilion's ancestral land. 200,000 to 300,000 outer sect disciples all hope to be promoted to inner sect disciples and enter the profound spirit space to cultivate. Of course, it wasn't easy to be promoted to inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples will be led to the Thunderblade secret realm by the Grand Elder of the inner sect, and it's different from the entrance we're going to. We're going to the Thunderstorm Valley. The ferocious beasts we'll encounter when entering the Thunderblade secret realm from the Thunderstorm Valley are relatively weaker. Of course, there are relatively fewer caves, spirit mines, and spirit herbs. The entrance that the inner sect disciples are going to is called Tianyun Valley. Sure, Weizhu obviously still had some understanding of the Thunderblade's secret realm, so she said aloud. Wang Hu said, "We've arrived at the right time, just in time for the opening of the Thunderblade's secret realm. If we can get enough opportunities to cultivate in the Thunderblade's secret realm for half a year, maybe we can also become inner sect disciples." There were many restrictions to becoming an inner sect disciple. The first condition was that one's cultivation had to be above the 8th firmament of the martial king realm. The second condition was talent. If one's martial spirit was too weak, it would be difficult to become an inner sect disciple. The third condition was bloodline. If one's bloodline didn't meet the sect's requirements, one couldn't become an inner sect disciple. For example, the eldest senior brother of the heaven-mending peak, Jingping, was already at the 10th heavenly layer of the martial king realm. However, Jingping's battle prowess was not even comparable to some of the more talented 7th and 8th heavenly layer martial kings. First, it was because Jingping's martial spirit was only a vine martial spirit. Second, it was because Jingping's bloodline power was very weak. The reason why Jingping could break through to the 10th firmament of the martial king realm was all because of hard work. However, if one didn't have talent and a weak bloodline, it would be difficult to break through again. Jingping was defined as having no future by the sect. Therefore, even though he was now at the 10th firmament of the martial king realm, he couldn't become an inner sect disciple. This time, Jingping was going to the Thunderblade secret realm. Jingping wanted to find opportunities in the Thunderblade secret realm and break the shackles of fate. Of course, it was not easy. After all, Jingping's talent was too weak. Even if his bloodline had changed, his martial spirit was too weak. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve great things in the future. This was because the stronger the martial spirit, the faster the cultivation speed. Ping's weak martial spirit would be extremely slow for him to cultivate. 3 days later, about 5,000 disciples rode on dozens of huge griffins and headed to the Thunderblade Valley. Look, that's the Thunderblade Valley. Half a month later, everyone finally arrived at the Thunderblade Valley. Strong winds swept through the place, and thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky. A huge valley was formed after countless years of grinding by thunder and strong winds. That valley was the Thunderblade Valley, one of the entrances to the Thunderblade secret realm. Chapter 534. That's the Zephyr Valley. It's surrounded by lightning and hurricanes. Lin Feng and the others stood up on their griffins and looked at the Zephyr Valley. They were astonished when they saw the hurricanes and the dense lightning. If they were swallowed by the lightning and hurricanes outside the Zephyr Valley, even yin-yang cultivators would die inside, right? After all, it was a terrifying scene created by an ancient cultivator. More and more cultivators were heading towards the Zephyr Valley from all directions. "I wonder how many cultivators will enter this time," said Wang Hu. "It's only opened once every year. It only opens once every 500 years. I've heard that some geniuses in Huangyu are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer because they want to enter the Thunderblade mysterious world. Those geniuses are real geniuses, just like Brother Lin. When his cultivation level was very low, he was able to defeat cultivators who were much stronger than him. Now, those geniuses are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer. I wonder how terrifying they are," said Ping. Shi Weizhu said, "I've also heard that. Actually, it's not just the other big groups. Even our Blue Cloud sect has a few disciples like that, such as Shui Zhanlong, Feng Zizhou, and the others. It's said that they can fight against yin-yang cultivators for more than 10 rounds without being defeated." Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Lin Feng's heart shook. The people Shi Weizhu was talking about were really terrifying, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed normal. There must be many geniuses in those big groups. Very quickly, the Blue Cloud Sect's group arrived at the entrance of the Zephyr Valley. There was a sea of people waiting for the Zephyr Valley to open so that they could enter. "Look, it's the Blue Cloud Sect's people." Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Although the Emerald Cloud Sect could not compare to its heyday, it was still one of the 4 major powers in the wasteland. Even if the other 3 powers' overall strength surpassed the Emerald Cloud Sect, no one dared to underestimate the Emerald Cloud Sect's foundation. In the past, when the Blue Cloud Sect had mastered the Patching Heaven technique, it was the most powerful group in Huangyu. The other 3 big groups, Nebula Pavilion, the 10,000 Laws Sect, and the Deity Sword Villa, were much weaker than the Blue Cloud Sect. After the Patching Heaven technique was lost, the Blue Cloud Sect gradually weakened. That was only relatively speaking, because the Blue Cloud Sect still had some powerful inheritances, but they couldn't be compared to the Patching Heaven technique. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as more than a dozen huge spaceships flew over from afar. There was a symbol of a celestial mountain on one of the airships. Lin Feng recognized the symbol on the flag. It was the symbol of the 10,000 Laws Sect. Back then, Lin Feng had gone to the 10,000 Laws Sect to join them, but he had been kicked out by Luo Sun because he didn't have a letter of recommendation. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the 10,000 Laws Sect. The 10,000 Laws Sect is here too. Many people were discussing. The 10,000 Laws Sect's leader was Luo Sun, who had kicked Lin Feng out of the sect. Brother Luo. Great Elder Zhang Quan cupped his fists at Luo's senator. Luo Sun nodded indifferently, making Great Elder Zhang Quan feel awkward. It was like being snubbed. The Blue Cloud Sect fell behind the 4 great forces. Now, the 10,000 Laws Sect, Nebula Pavilion, and Deity Sword Mountain Villa are pulling ahead of us. Therefore, the three great sects don't think highly of our blue cloud sect. Look at that Luo son. He's just an ordinary elder of the 10,000 Laws sect, but he looks down on our blue cloud sect's great elder Zhang Quan. He's too arrogant, said Jining, wrinkling her nose. What's so great about Luo son? Even though great elder Zhang Quan is only an ordinary disciple, he's still a cultivator of the 7th yin and yang layer. Luo's son is only a cultivator of the 4th yin and yang layer. He can't last more than 10 attacks against great elder Zhang Quan. He dares look down on great elder Zhang Quan. How dare he look down on great elder Zhang Quan, said a heaven-repairing peak disciple called Yang Ming. Sometimes, in the world of cultivation, strength isn't the only thing that matters. It also depends on the group behind you. Glory is glory, disgrace is disgrace. That's the principle. The disciples of Butian Peak understood that. In the Blue Cloud sect, the disciples of Butian Peak were ridiculed by the other peaks. In the outside world, the Blue Cloud sect was looked down upon by the other top groups. Great Elder Zhang Quan looked glum and didn't say anything. In the distance, a gigantic flying sword appeared. It was more than 1,000 meters long, and there were many cultivators standing on it. Deity Sword Mountain Villa's people are here, someone shouted in surprise. Deity Sword Mountain Villa was one of the groups Lin Feng had been to before, but he had been kicked out. The leader of Deity Sword Mountain Villa was the one who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng. Elder Fu Ju. The gigantic sword was floating in the air. The disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa looked majestic. Luo's son and Fu Ju smiled and greeted them, but they ignored great elder Zhang Quan. Perhaps Luo's son and Fu Ju both thought that the Blue Cloud sect had fallen from the top of the 4 groups of Wasteland, and that great elder Zhang Quan, as the leader of the Blue Cloud sect, wasn't qualified to talk to them. He just nodded slightly to greet them, which was already giving them face. After being treated coldly by Luo's son the first time, great elder Zhang Quan simply narrowed his eyes and pretended not to see Fu Ju. When Fu Ju saw that great elder Zhang Quan didn't take the initiative to greet him and was even a little angry, he couldn't help but snort coldly. At that moment, dazzling starlight appeared in the distance. A river of stars swept across the sky and quickly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real river of stars, but a flying carpet. Once it was activated, it emitted dazzling starlight. The people of Nebula Pavilion are here. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Elder Xing Xian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Elder Xing Xian. Elder Xing Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He immediately opened his eyes and passed through the crowd to see Lin Feng. It's that little bastard. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Xing Xian's face twisted. He already knew that Lin Feng had killed Shen Yuyang, the son of his cousin, whom he had had an affair with. Elder Xing Xian couldn't wait to find Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He found me? What a terrifying power of perception. What a terrifying murderous intent. When he sensed Elder Xing Xian's murderous intent, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Elder Xing Xian's furious roar shook the sky. He whistled and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. Many people's faces turned extremely pale when they sensed Elder Xing Xian's murderous intent. That murderous intent was too terrifying. It was suffocating. Chapter 5:35. Then why is Elder Xing Xian from Nebula Pavilion so angry? Who is Lin Feng? Why does Elder Xing Xian want to kill Lin Feng? Many people were puzzled. Before anyone could react, Elder Xing Xian had already flown over to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's expression was calm and unhurried. He was now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Grand Elder Zhang Quan was still standing nearby, yet Xing Xian wanted to kill Lin Feng. What did he think of the Blue Cloud sect's reputation? What did he think of Grand Elder Zhang Quan's reputation? As the saying went, face is mutual. If you give me face, I'll give you face. Grand Elder Zhang Quan had just been humiliated by Luo's son, so he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now, Xing Xian wanted to kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple without even saying anything. If Xing Xian really got his way, then Grand Elder Zhang Quan would lose all face in the future. Humph! Sure enough, Grand Elder Zhang Quan snorted and stopped Xing Xian. He said coldly, "Elder Xing Xian, could it be that my Blue Cloud sect's disciple has offended you? You actually want to kill him?" Grand Elder Zhang Quan was very optimistic about Lin Feng's future. He had even chatted with Lin Feng several times on the way here. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he wouldn't let Lin Feng be killed by Xing Xian. Xing Xian's expression sank as he said, "Great Elder Zhang Quan, this brat killed my nephew. I will definitely dismember him into 10,000 pieces to avenge my nephew, Shen Yuyang." "Killed your nephew?" Grand Elder Zhang Quan frowned. "No wonder Elder Xing Xian wants to kill that brat Lin Feng. So there's a grudge between them. Tisk tsk. If that's the case, then this matter will be interesting. Do you think Grand Elder Zhang Quan will continue to stop Elder Xing Xian? After all, Lin Feng is now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. If he doesn't stop him, then he'll lose face. If he does, then he'll thoroughly offend Elder Xing Xian." "I don't know. Many people were discussing this matter. Even the 10,000 Laws sect's Elder Luo's son and the Deity Sword Manor's Elder Fuju looked over. When they saw Lin Feng, they were clearly surprised. Wasn't this brat the brat who had been chased away? He had actually killed Xing Xian's nephew. Fortunately, he had been chased away, or else it would have been troublesome. So it's that boy. He wanted to join our 10,000 Laws sect, but he didn't have a letter of recommendation. So Elder Luo's son kicked him out. Luckily, we didn't let him join the 10,000 Laws sect. Otherwise, the 10,000 Laws sect would have offended Elder Xing Xian and perhaps even become enemies with Nebula Pavilion. Some disciples of the 10,000 Dharma sect recognized Lin Feng and immediately started discussing. That brat also went to Deity Sword Villa, but Elder Fuju chased him away. Haha, Elder Fuju is really wise. Some disciples of Deity Sword Villa were also discussing this matter. When he heard Xing Xian, Lin Feng immediately smiled coldly and said, "Elder Xing Xian, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're twisting the truth and making it sound like a righteous person. I really admire you." When the crowd heard this, they immediately started whispering, "Is there a secret behind this matter?" Said Grand Elder Zhang Quan. "Lin Feng, tell us everything. I'll take care of it for you." Lin Feng said, "Originally, I went to Nebula Pavilion with a few friends, wanting to join them. By chance, I met Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion. Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion gave me a talisman, which was equivalent to a letter of recommendation." "Ah, you met Zhong Yun? This brat is going to be rich. With such an almighty taking care of him, it'll be hard for him not to rise in the future." Many people were shocked, but they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did Xing Xian still want to kill him when Zhong Yun was taking care of him? Almighty Zhong Yun is a very upright senior. When I joined Nebula Pavilion, I followed the rules of Nebula Pavilion and went through the test first. After the first test, Xing Xian's nephew accidentally saw me. That guy's name is Shen Yuyang, and he's extremely lecherous. He already has many wives and concubines at home, and he even seduces many female disciples in Nebula Pavilion for his pleasure. Elder Xingxian, you should know about this, right? Brat, you're talking nonsense, shouted Elder Xingxian angrily, wanting to stop Lin Feng. However, he was stopped by Grand Elder Zhang Quan. Many people started discussing this matter. This was simply a scandal. Shen Yuyang was obviously using Elder Xingxian's position to abuse his power in Nebula Pavilion, and he'd even seduced those female disciples to seduce him. Immediately, many people looked at Xingxian with disdain. He actually taught such a nephew. It seemed that Xingxian wasn't a good person either. Lin Feng continued, "It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, because many disciples in Nebula Pavilion know about your nephew, Shen Yuyang, in Nebula Pavilion. Everyone can ask around, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. This Shen Yuyang is simply a scum. Back then, he took a fancy to my fiancée and wanted to use underhanded means to obtain her. Later on, I saw through his plans, so he hated me. When he saw me in Nebula Pavilion, he wanted to borrow Elder Xingxian's power to get rid of me. Elder Xingxian sent a deacon to invite me to Nebula Pavilion's bamboo forest on a rainy night, and he wanted to kill me. That's right, there's a very large bamboo forest in Nebula Pavilion. Immediately, a cultivator spoke up. Many people listened as if they were fascinated. It was obvious that they believed Lin Feng's words more. Nonsense! Brat, you dare slander this elder? This elder wants your life. This Elder Xingxian knew that he couldn't let Lin Feng continue. If he continued, something big would happen. First of all, Lin Feng was a cultivator going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the examination. Because of a personal grudge with Elder Xingxian's nephew, Elder Xingxian actually wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a huge and heavy blow to Nebula Pavilion's reputation. Think about it. If Nebula Pavilion's elders were like Elder Xingxian, killing other disciples because of a small grudge, how could such a sect have any sense of security? Who would join? Moreover, don't forget that Lin Feng was someone who Almighty Zhong Yun personally gave him a talisman. What did this mean? Although Almighty Zhong Yun didn't say it directly, it was obvious that he wanted Nebula Pavilion's elders to take care of Lin Feng. However, not only did Elder Xingxian not take care of Lin Feng, he even wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was completely not giving Almighty Zhong Yun any face. In front of Almighty Zhong Yun, Elder Xingxian wasn't even worth mentioning. If this matter was confirmed, Elder Xingxian didn't even dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would receive. The sect would definitely punish him severely and then set an example to prove Nebula Pavilion's innocence. And people like him were just a special case. Thinking of this, Elder Xingxian couldn't help but shiver. Right now, he only wanted to kill Lin Feng. The dead tell no tales. Elder Xingxian jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great Elder Zhang Quan's expression suddenly sank. In the sect, Great Elder Zhang Quan had always been a good-tempered person, but now this Xingxian dared to ignore him and kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple. Great Elder Zhang Quan was already furious. He coldly shouted, "Xingxian, do you really think I'm invisible?" Xingxian coldly said, "Zhang Quan, you better step aside. Otherwise, you will be my enemy." This Elder Xingxian didn't stop at all and rushed towards Lin Feng. Impudent! Great Elder Zhang Quan was completely enraged. This Xingxian was just an ordinary elder of Nebula Pavilion, while he was the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. This person actually dared to ignore him time and time again, and even dared to threaten him. He actually didn't put him, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, in his eyes. As the saying goes, a man's life depends on his breath, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of fire, let alone a living person. Great Elder Zhang Quan angrily shouted and sent a palm strike towards Xing Xian, who was flying towards Lin Feng. Chapter 536. First Elder Zhang Quan was at the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Xing Xian was only at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Compared to First Elder Zhang Quan, he was far weaker. How terrifying was the might of First Elder Zhang Quan's furious strike! Xing Xian was both shocked and furious. Zhang Quan, you're going to fall out with Nebula Pavilion for an ordinary disciple? How could Xing Xian dare to stay for even a moment? He turned around and slapped First Elder Zhang Quan. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, Xing Xian was sent flying by First Elder Zhang Quan, his face pale. It was only then that the pupils of many cultivators shrank. Now that the Blue Cloud sect's strength had declined greatly, the other 3 top forces didn't care about the Blue Cloud sect at all. Even the ordinary elders looked down on Zhang Quan. However, everyone had forgotten a very important thing. Zhang Quan was the first elder of the Blue Cloud sect. For these top forces, the first elder had to be at the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm or above. If cultivators were to really fight, it would still depend on their cultivation level. A mere 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm dares to be so impudent in front of this elder. If it wasn't for Nebula Pavilion, this elder would kill you today. First Elder Zhang Quan waved his robe and sneered. Even a good-tempered person could get angry. Moreover, when a good-tempered person got angry, it was quite terrifying. First Elder Zhang Quan was suppressing the anger in his heart and didn't go forward to kill Xing Xian. Xing Xian's expression was uncertain. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he wasn't First Elder Zhang Quan's match. Although he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Feng didn't continue speaking. It was best to stop at a certain point. If he didn't say everything, others would guess what had happened later. Then, the matter would spread even further. If he said everything that happened later, there would be no more mystery. Perhaps this matter would soon calm down. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He hoped that things would get worse, and that Nebula Pavilion would punish Xing Xian severely. Brat, just you wait. Xing Xian clenched his teeth. He could only choose to submit for the time being. However, he did not forget to say some harsh words to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, "You should worry about yourself." Xing Xian's face was distorted by Lin Feng's anger. TSK, there's going to be a good show to watch now. Originally, this elder Xing Xian was one of the few elders that Nebula Pavilion focused on nurturing. In the future, he might even be promoted to the position of Great Elder. But now that something like this has happened, even if he doesn't receive punishment from Nebula Pavilion, his future can be considered to have come to an end. That's right. No matter what, Nebula Pavilion would not promote a cultivator with bad conduct to the position of Great Elder in order to take into consideration the consequences. Many people looked at Xing Xian with a gloating expression. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, no longer paying attention to Xing Xian. He knew that what he needed to do now was to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. It was true that one's own strength was strong enough. If he had the strength, he would be able to slap Xing Xian to death with one slap just now. There would be no need for head Elder Zhang Quan to make a move. More and more cultivators gathered in the Thunderstorm Valley. Clearly, it was not only the cultivators of the Waste region who had come. Some of the regions adjacent to the Waste region had also sent young geniuses to enter the Thunder Blade secret realm. Rumble. 3 days later, a loud noise shook the sky. The restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley was disappearing bit by bit. Everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Was the restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley finally going to open? Looking from afar, One could see golden rays of light scattering in all directions. Finally, a golden door, like a door of time and space, emitted a power that could distort time and space, as if it was connecting two different worlds. It's opened. Pass through that door, and you can enter the Thunderblade secret realm. Head Elder Zhang Quan shouted loudly. He looked at the unusually excited disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and felt very envious. The Thunderstorm Valley, that only opened once every 500 years, was actually encountered by these brats. Their generation's luck was really too good. Enter the secret realm. Head Elder Zhang Quan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect all rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley. The first batch of people to enter the Thunderstorm Valley was naturally the disciples of the four great sects of the Desolate region, followed by the ancient forces of the Desolate region and the top forces from the outer regions. Then came the aristocratic families, the disciples of the small sects, and the independent cultivators. Brother Feng, it's great that you're fine. A familiar voice came from behind, and Yu Fan was pleasantly surprised. Han Shua also rushed over and looked at Lin Feng with an excited expression. You all joined Nebula Pavilion? Not bad. Lin Feng smiled and said, This isn't the place to talk. Let's quickly enter the Thunderblade secret realm, and then we can talk. Okay. Yu Fan and Han Shua both nodded. Whoosh. When they arrived in front of the golden door, Lin Feng directly rushed into the huge door that was over 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying power. The power of time and space. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This kind of power was the same as the power of the restriction during the Blue Cloud sex assessment. It was just that the power here was much stronger. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt that he was thrown out by the power of time and space. He appeared in a dense forest, and his surroundings were quiet. There was no one around, and he didn't know where he had been teleported to. Lin Feng had just stabilized himself when a black light suddenly burst out. It was as fast as lightning and shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He reacted extremely quickly and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he casually slashed out with his blade energy. However, the black light was too fast. It actually dodged Lin Feng's attack and disappeared into the forest. Lin Feng was about to leave when he felt a slight pain in his ankle. He looked down and found that he had been stung by a small insect. Then he felt dizzy and his whole body became weak. Poison? Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Such a small insect could actually poison him. The poison was too terrifying. At the same time, the towering trees in the surroundings came to life. Ha! It seems that the Thunderblade's secret territory has opened. More human cultivators have come in. Our hunting time is up. Ferocious and terrifying faces appeared on the huge trees. Tree demons. The surrounding trees were all tree demons. Pa, 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 pa. Dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't move his body. With a bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the tree demon's branches. Even with his strong body, he couldn't withstand it. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 5:37. F***CK. I can't move. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The little bug's poison was too strong, and he couldn't move at all. Pa, pa, pa. At that moment, the tree monsters didn't stop attacking. Their branches were still moving towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. This kid is mine, shouted one of the tree spirits. I'm going to eat this kid. Then another tree demon roared. Don't fight with me. This kid is mine. The third tree demon also yelled. The tree spirits attacked Lin Feng one after another. Their branches had sharp thorns that could pierce into a person's body and absorb their flesh. At that moment, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded by the numerous branches. At that critical moment, Lin Feng released a monstrous fire from his body. Lin Feng's purple core fire was burning fiercely. Not only did it dissolve the poison in Lin Feng's body, but at the same time, it also ignited the branches of the tree, which were wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Ah, my body is burning. My body is burning too. The treants screamed in horror as they whipped their thick branches in all directions. The treants tried their best to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but to their horror, they couldn't do it at all. The flames were too strong. This was heavenly fire. Very quickly, the first tree spirit was engulfed in flames. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground and looked coldly at the burning tree spirits. "No, I don't want to die. Spare me." The tree spirit looked at Lin Feng in fear and begged loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't move. He just let the tree spirit be burned to ashes. "Spare us. If you spare us, we'll tell you a secret," shouted a tree spirit. "Oh, a secret? What secret?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. These tree spirits lived in the Thunder Blade secret territory, so it was normal for them to know some secrets. "We know there's a medicinal valley here," shouted a tree spirit. "Medicine Valley?" Lin Feng was surprised. "That's right, it's a medicinal valley. There are many medicinal herbs growing there. 300 years ago, there was a 30,000-year-old medicinal herb that had practiced cultivation and turned into a human." One of the tree demons shouted. 30,000 years? Lin Feng's eyes widened. "Wasn't this too shocking?" Another treant said. "As long as you spare us, we'll tell you about the Medicine Valley. You can go collect all sorts of spirit medicines and make a fortune." "All right, tell me the location of the Medicine Valley, and I'll spare your lives." Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! In the forest, Lin Feng flashed quickly. He was now very excited because during this period of time, Lin Feng had been refining all kinds of spirit medicines and had destroyed many of them. He was worried that there would not be enough herbs for him to continue learning how to refine New Dawn. A medicinal valley appeared here. Of course, the most important thing was that the medicinal valley could contain spirit medicines that were tens of thousands of years old. If he could find one, it would be priceless. "Is the medicinal valley in front of me?" Looking at the huge valley in the distance, Lin Feng smiled. When he arrived next to the medicinal valley, he did not rashly enter. This was because the medicinal valley was emitting faint energy fluctuations. It was obvious that the valley was surrounded by restrictions. However, since the 30,000-year-old medicinal herb had walked out after transforming, it meant that the restrictions were damaged. As long as he could find the broken restrictions, he would be able to enter the medicinal valley. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a spirit array master. After searching for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally found the location of the broken restrictions. However, Lin Feng was not sure if he could enter from there. So Lin Feng went out and caught a ferocious beast, then threw it over. This was called throwing a stone to test the waters. When the ferocious beast entered the broken restrictions, it was not attacked. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and also entered in a flash. Soon, he passed through the layers of restrictions and entered the medicinal valley. A thick medicinal fragrance that could not be dispersed assaulted his senses. Lin Feng looked around. In the huge valley, spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. After taking a few more steps, there was a 2,000-year-old scorching sungrass. 1 meter away from the scorching sungrass, there was even a 3,000-year-old soul dissolving grass. Lin Feng had a feeling that he was dazzled by the sight of all these herbs. Oh my God, I'm really going to be rich. Lin Feng was so excited that his whole body was trembling. 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were extremely precious. In this medicinal valley, there were too many 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. Many of them were more than a few thousand years old. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Lin Feng shouted excitedly. He began to quickly collect the spirit medicines. While Lin Feng was collecting the spirit medicines, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators were all wearing the deity Sword Villa's disciple robes. Each of them had a strong and deep aura. These people were not outer sect disciples, but inner sect disciples of the deity Sword Villa. They were the elites of the sect. Junior Sister Dong, Nan, this is the medicinal valley that Master mentioned. 500 years ago, an ancestor of our sect accidentally found this place when he was young. Unfortunately, when the ancestor found this medicinal valley, the Thunderblade's secret territory was about to close. The ancestor could only remember the location and left in a hurry. The person who spoke was a blue-clothed cultivator called Lan Zijuan. This blue-clothed cultivator was very handsome. He was quite famous among the inner sect disciples of the deity Sword Villa. There were more than 10 disciples of the deity Sword Villa gathered around him. The female disciple called Dong Nan was tall, and her slender legs were especially attractive. Dong Nan had a beautiful but cold face. She nodded and said, "However, Master said that this place is densely covered with restrictions. However, it seems that one of the restrictions is broken. This is our chance. If we can find the broken restriction, we can enter." "How long will it take?" Lan Zijuan asked. "With my current level as a spiritual array master, it will take at least 3 days. Dongnan said. "Okay." Lan Zijuan nodded. Lin Feng spent 3 days collecting all the spirit medicines that were more than 100 years old in the medicinal valley. As for those that were less than 100 years old, Lin Feng was too lazy to collect them. The spirit medicines that were less than 100 years old had ordinary value. It would be a waste of time to collect them. Moreover, Lin Feng understood the principle of draining the pond to catch all the fish. He had to leave some spirit medicines behind so that the medicinal valley would not be destroyed. He counted. There were about 100,000 spirit medicines from 100 years to 1,000 years old. There were about 30,000 spirit medicines from 1,000 years to 5,000 years old. There were fewer spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old. Spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old were too rare. Any one of them was priceless. They were the main ingredients for refining earth-tier pills. If it was an 8,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would be the main ingredient for refining heaven-tier pills. There were a total of 1,200 spirit medicines between 5,000 and 8,000 years old. There were 300 spirit medicines between 8,000 and 10,000 years old. There was only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. It was a heart-nourishing grass. What a pity! What a pity! There is only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little regretful. A 10,000-year-old spirit medicine could bring the dead back to life. It was a rare treasure that could save a person's life at a critical moment. It was a treasure that could cause a bloodbath. However, it was very difficult for a spirit medicine to grow to 10,000 years old. When a spirit medicine transformed into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would encounter a heavenly tribulation. If it could withstand the heavenly tribulation, it would be able to transform into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. However, it would be too difficult for him to withstand the heavenly tribulation. It would be good if one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine appeared out of 10,000 spirit medicines that were about to transform. However, Lin Feng was already very happy to be able to obtain such a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. The protection of this medicinal valley was too great. Lin Feng rushed outside. Soon, he disappeared into the restriction. Found it. The broken restriction is here. Dong Nen pointed at a location. Lan Zijuan and the others were excited. However, at this moment, waves of shocking fluctuations came from the broken restriction. Chapter 5:38. Why is the restrictive spell releasing such powerful energy waves? Lan Zijuan's expression suddenly changed. I don't know. Let's retreat quickly. Let's go, said Dong Nan. Swoosh, 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 Lan Zijuan, and the others didn't dare hesitate and quickly retreated. In the next moment, there was a flash of light, and a silhouette flew out of the restrictive spell. Lan Zijuan and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Someone had entered the medicinal valley before them. Their expressions became extremely gloomy, but when they saw Lin Feng come out of the valley alone, they suddenly felt cold. The Thunderblade's secret territory was extremely cruel. Why didn't the Blue Cloud sect recommend ordinary disciples to come here? It was precisely because of the slaughter that was taking place everywhere. If an ordinary disciple were to enter, only death would await them. Lin Feng looked at the dozen people in front of him in surprise. He glanced at their clothes and knew that they were all disciples of deity Sword Villa. They all had powerful qi, so they were obviously very strong. Brother, you must have protected the medicinal valley quite well, right? Asked Lan Zijuan with a fake smile. Lin Feng nodded and said, not bad. The corners of Lan Zijuan and the others' mouths twitched violently. That young man had answered seriously, but he didn't seem nervous at all. Did he not see the situation he was in? Such a big medicinal valley, with so many spiritual herbs. I don't think a single person can eat all of them, said Lan Zijuan with a fake smile. I can eat all of them, even if you give me another medicinal valley, like this, said Lin Feng. Fuck, little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Shouted a disciple of deity Sword Villa called Jiang Bo. He had been itching to attack for a long time. The Thunderblade's secret territory was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. If the weak were killed, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. In Jiang Bo's opinion, Lin Feng was only a general, so it didn't matter if he killed him. Brother Jiang Bo. Dong Nan frowned slightly as she softly called out to stop him. Jiang Bo didn't see Lin Feng's extraordinariness, but Dong Nan saw it. Dong Nan believed that Lan Zijuan also saw it. They had only been in the Thunderblade secret realm for 3 days. However, this young man had actually come out after collecting all the spiritual herbs in the Thunderblade's secret realm. If he was alone, he would need at least 2 to 3 days to pick all the spirit herbs in the entire Medicine Valley. In other words, this person was a spiritual array master who was much more powerful than him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Medicine Valley. Generally speaking, powerful spirit array masters had strange methods, so Lan Zijuan didn't directly make a move. Lan Zijuan chuckled and said, Brother, please don't take offense. My junior brother's temper has always been this irritable. I'll definitely restrain him in the future. Pausing for a moment, Lan Zijuan continued, Actually, it's like this. I have a few junior brothers who are alchemists and are lacking some spirit medicines. Is this brother willing to part with them? Why don't you give some to us? Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. This Lan Zijuan obviously wanted his spirit medicines, but he still had the nerve to say it so slowly. He was really shameless. Lin Feng said indifferently, No problem. 8 or 10 of them are just a greeting gift to you. Many people's faces immediately darkened. Jiangbo sneered and said, "Do you think we're beggars?" "Oh, how much do you want?" Lin Feng asked. "How about we split it 1 by 1?" Lan Zijuan smiled. "I'll take 9, and you'll get 1?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lan Zijuan smiled and said, "Brother, you must be joking. Brother, you're alone, and we have so many people. Naturally, we'll take 9, and you'll get 1. Lan Zijuan's gentle voice carried a hint of threat. His meaning was obvious. They had more people on their side, so if they knew what was good for them, they would take out 90% of the spirit medicines. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you think you can be so confident in robbing people now? Get out of my sight. Or don't blame me for being impolite." "Kid, what did you say?" "Kid, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a general, yet you dare to be so arrogant. In front of us, you're courting death." "Brat, are you courting death?" "Senior brother Lan, why are you talking so much to this kid? We have so many people here. Which one of us isn't an expert? Are you afraid that we can't deal with this kid?" A group of Deity Sword Villa's disciples shouted coldly. Lan Zijuan's expression gradually darkened. He said, "Brother, I've already given you enough face. You're not giving me any face." Scram! Lin Feng spat out coldly. Lan Zijuan's expression changed again. He said coldly, "Teach this kid a lesson." "I'll do it." Jiangbo sneered and stepped forward. Lan Zijuan nodded. Even though Jiangbo was extremely arrogant, he was a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. He was extremely strong. The others were also smiling coldly at Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a general. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from Jiangbo. "Kid, I've given you face, but you don't want it. Today I'll kill you," said Jiangbo, smiling evilly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and used a tiger's roar to attack Lin Feng. The sound of a tiger's roar could be faintly heard in the forest. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and used the Sky Tyrant lightning incantation. Lightning curled around him and moved forward. Bang! The purple thunderbolt directly exploded and violently bombarded Jiangbo's body. Whoa! Jiangbo's arm exploded, and his body was covered in blood. He screamed and was blown away. No one knew if he was dead or alive. "Not good, he's ferocious. Let's kill him together." Lan Zijuan didn't try to hide his killing intent anymore. Shouted Lan Zijuan coldly. He then took out his sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. "Die, kid!" Swoosh, swoosh, cold lights shot everywhere. More than 10 disciples of Deity Sword Villa took out their swords and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. If he was surrounded by so many strong cultivators, the situation wouldn't be good. "Blade Chi!" shouted Lin Feng, raising his right hand. Bzzz. The blade Chi that contained a spirit was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng. Cold lights flashed everywhere. The blade Chi was dazzling. Lan Zijuan and the other disciples of Deity Sword Villa turned pale when they sensed the blade Chi. They felt as if they were surrounded by an endless amount of blade Chi. Slash, the sound of a body being pierced was heard. The blade Chi split mountains and rivers. More than 10 disciples of Deity Sword Villa were pierced through by the blade Chi. Their faces turned deathly pale as they were blown away. Lin Feng stepped forwards, wanting to kill those people. At that moment, the female disciple called Dong Nan threw a few dozen talismans at him. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Then the talismans exploded. When the shock waves dispersed, Lin Feng walked out of the dust. He couldn't see the people of Deity Sword Villa anymore. Chapter 539. Dozens of miles away, a blood-red light quickly fell into the forest. Wah! a group of people from Deity Sword Villa fell down, each of them spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. These people were Lan Zijuan and the others who had used their sect's secret technique to escape. How could this be? Lan Zijuan shook his head in disbelief. That kid's cultivation level wasn't high. So how could he have killed so many of them with a single slash? It's a spirit. That saber chi contained a spirit. Dong Nan was a spirit array master, and her spirit was very powerful. She sensed something different and said, "Spirit." Lan Zijuan and the others revealed a terrified expression. They naturally knew what a spirit was. It gave attacks spirituality. The power of an attack would increase exponentially. This was the so-called spirit. They had once seen an elder of the Deity Sword Villa who had comprehended the spirit unleash a sword technique. With a slash of his sword, the sword energy actually flew out 1,000 miles and killed a cultivator wanted by the Deity Sword Villa. That was how terrifying a spirit was. However, even yin-yang realm cultivators who could comprehend a spirit were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. That kid was only a general. So how could he have comprehended a spirit? Lan Zijuan's expression was gloomy as he said, "Could it be that that guy has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that conceals his cultivation level? His cultivation level is actually very high. I heard that cultivators who are about to enter the yin-yang realm have a certain chance of comprehending a spirit." Dongnan shook her head and said, "No, his cultivation level isn't high. I can feel it." Lan Zijuan believed Dongnan's words, but when he heard her, he couldn't help but frown and say, "If his cultivation level is low, how could his attack contain a spirit? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter and managed to refine a blade chi that contained a spirit, and it wasn't his own spirit." Dongnan said, "How lucky! He's so lucky." Lan Zijuan's eyes were wide open. When he thought about how terrifying Lin Feng's blade chi was, his heart was filled with endless jealousy. How could that kid have such an amazing, fortuitous encounter? Why didn't he have one? "Let's go and find senior brother Eugene," Lan Zijuan said with a sinister smile. "Brother Lan, we're just injured. Nobody is dead. I don't think we should keep talking about this. That person is not simple." Dongnan frowned slightly. She naturally knew why Lan Zijuan was looking for senior brother Eugene. Eugene was one of the top 50 experts in the inner yard of the Deity Sword Villa. His strength was extremely terrifying. The reason why that kid's combat strength is so strong is all because of the refined saber chi. However, how many times can he use such a powerful saber chi at once? "I'll ask senior apprentice brother Eugene to help me kill that brat. His saber chi will belong to me, and I can see that he has quite a few treasures on him, as well as many spirit medicines. When the time comes, I won't take any of them," Lan Zijuan said somewhat crazily. Dongnan was also a bit moved. She thought about it. Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't very high. It shouldn't be a problem to find someone as strong as Eugene to kill him. When Eugene had just broken through to the Martial King layer, he had already defeated cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. He was a monstrous genius. Now, Eugene was already a cultivator of the 9th celestial layer. Nobody knew how strong he was now. However, it was obvious that if one wanted to invite someone as strong as Eugene, they would have to pay a huge price. But that was all Lan Zijuan needed to care about. She didn't need to care about it. She was only interested in the treasures on that brat's body. She might even be able to find some powerful deployment spells. Thinking about deployment spells, Dong Nan was a bit excited. Swoosh! Lin Feng was running at full speed in the forest. From time to time, he would look back and see a shadow tiger chasing after him. The serene shadow tiger was the king of the forest. Not only was it fast, but it also had sharp fangs and a tail like a scorpion. Its tail was also poisonous. Lin Feng was in the forest when the dark ravine attacked him by surprise. They had a great battle, and the dark ravine had clawed Lin Feng's left arm. In a flash, Lin Feng's arm was covered in blood. The serene shadow tiger was really terrifying. Roar. A low roar came from behind as a black shadow quickly chased after him. The serene shadow tiger's cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. A terrifying killing intent swept past Lin Feng. The serene shadow tiger only hunted creatures with powerful bloodlines. This kind of creature would constantly evolve by devouring creatures with powerful bloodlines. Therefore, the serene shadow tiger's strength was usually very terrifying. Now that the serene shadow tiger had locked onto Lin Feng, it wanted to devour Lin Feng's bloodline. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Feng rushed into a huge abyss. When he rushed in, he felt an endless rumbling sound in his ears. It was as if a peerless weapon was vibrating. In an instant, a cold and gloomy aura swept over his body. Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into an endless hell. Murderous qi, it's so dense that it can't be dispersed. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. How could there be such a terrifying murderous qi? Even though he saw Zhong Yun and the Beast Emperor in the fog fight, he was still shocked. Compared to the murderous aura emitted by Supreme Being Zhong Yun and the Beast Emperor, it paled in comparison to the murderous aura emitted by the Abyss. The murderous qi here was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivator could release such a terrifying murderous qi. Lin Feng felt like his body was going to be dismembered by the murderous qi. Roar! At this time, when the shadow tiger saw Lin Feng stop, it roared excitedly and rushed into the abyss to kill Lin Feng. Poof! In the next moment, the shadow tiger was instantly pierced by the murderous qi in the abyss. Its body exploded, and it died a tragic death. This is too scary. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A powerful creature, like the shadow tiger, died in such a tragic manner. It was hard to imagine how powerful the murderous qi in the valley was. Buzz! A murderous qi shot out and slashed towards Lin Feng. The murderous qi instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng roared and tried to use his strongest attack to block it. Saber qi. Lin Feng released blade qi, which contained the spirit of the blade, and collided with the deadly qi, which was moving towards him. Clang! When the saber qi and the murderous qi collided, a terrifying energy wave swept out and directly sent Lin Feng flying. The murderous qi was too terrifying. It broke Lin Feng's saber qi and slashed towards Lin Feng again. It's over. Lin Feng's face became as pale as paper. The saber will never be destroyed. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng suddenly heard a low voice. It sounded like a voice from thousands of years ago. It passed through endless time and space and reached his ears. Buzz! Behind Lin Feng, a river of stars appeared. In the middle of the river of stars was a gigantic silhouette. He was holding a lightning blade, and the sky was shaking because of him. Chapter 540. Lin Feng looked over and saw a majestic figure. His heart was filled with shock. Who was he? Could he be the legendary ancient expert who had almost split the desolate realm apart with a single slash? One question after another flashed through Lin Feng's mind. When that mysterious figure appeared, the killing intent that had been aimed at Lin Feng actually soared into the sky. That killing intent soared into the sky, and battle intent shook the starry sky. What a terrifying killing intent! What a terrifying battle intent! Lin Feng was horrified. The mysterious godlike existence with the thunder blade in his hand was definitely related to the murderous aura in this place. Roar. The roar shook the sky, and endless killing intent condensed into a huge axe. Next, a three-headed, six-armed godfiend appeared, wielding a huge axe. It was as powerful as the godfiend that had created the world. Lin Feng was shocked. The scene in front of him was very strange. Is the battle from the past happening again? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Perhaps everything in front of him really was a scene from the ancient era. Boom! The two experts engaged in a frenzied battle above the nine heavens. The mysterious cultivator, wielding the lightning saber, had the domineering aura of a supreme being. As for the ancient devil wielding the huge axe, his demonic aura was vast and mighty. This was the clash of two Taos. The Tao of the saber, it represented endless domineering aura. The Tao of the axe, it represented absolute power. One used the domineering aura of a supreme being to destroy all obstacles. The other used absolute power to crush all obstacles in front of him. Whether it was the Tao of the saber or the Tao of the axe, they were both peerless, heaven-defying divine arts. Every time the lightning saber and axe clashed, Lin Feng saw the stars in the starry sky shatter. If an ancient expert were to stand on the Martial Heaven continent, just a roar from them would be enough to shatter the stars in outer space. Furthermore, these two existences were fighting in the starry sky. The stars in the Milky Way fell like raindrops due to the shock waves. They're definitely at least gods. Lin Feng was deeply shocked. If one was not a god, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat, no matter if it was the overbearing Thunderblade. Furthermore, it was an axe light that represented absolute power. They were all unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng actually preferred the axe Tao. Because Lin Feng cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, he was known for his strength. His strength was dozens of times stronger than cultivators of the same level. If he could cultivate the axe Tao, it would simply be a perfect fusion with his body. However, Lin Feng simply could not comprehend the profoundness and mystery of the axe Tao. His gaze was fixed on the powerful being holding the thunder saber. This was the application of the saber Tao. Even though they were separated by endless space-time, Lin Feng could still sense an indescribable domineering aura from that existence. That kind of domineering aura. Who else could it be but me? This was a will so strong that it was shocking. This was the will of the saber. Lin Feng was carefully comprehending the will of the saber. Originally, Lin Feng could not comprehend the will of the saber contained in the thunder saber. However, Lin Feng had refined the saber energy that contained a spirit. Spirit was a manifestation of the Tao. Lin Feng could be said to have mastered some of the saber Tao in advance. Although the pitiful Tao of saber he had mastered was like the light of a firefly compared to the Tao of saber contained in the thunder saber above the ninth heaven, it was still the Tao of saber. Under the guidance of the saber Tao that he had mastered, Lin Feng slowly comprehended the Tao contained in the thunder saber. This Tao was known as the Tao of tyranny. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious aura. Clang, 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 the battle in the sky continued. The saber light was dazzling, and the axe light tore the world apart. The two Taos seemed to be equally matched. God-slaying. Suddenly, the three-headed, six-armed god-fiend let out a low roar. He waved the huge axe in his hand and slashed at the expert with the thunder saber. Suddenly, the axe light soared into the sky, and a huge axe condensed from light appeared. That huge axe was the god-slaying axe. Even a god would be split in half by this axe. It was so terrifying that ghosts would cry and gods would howl. When the axe came down, the outer realm's star river world trembled. This was a battle between god realm experts. This is too scary. Is the expert with the thunder saber going to lose? Lin Feng looked at the battle in the sky in shock. He naturally hoped that the expert with the thunder saber would win, because of the killing intent from before. The killing intent that almost took Lin Feng's life. It was condensed from the will of the axe and slashed at Lin Feng. It was the will of the saber here that saved him. The battle in the sky was actually a clash between two Daos. The Tao of the axe, the Tao of the saber. The huge axe condensed from the axe light slashed at the expert with the thunder saber. The axe light was about to drown the expert with the thunder saber. At that moment, the expert with the thunder saber slashed out with a peerless saber, sky-splitting. A low roar resounded through the starry sky. Sky-splitting saber was slashed out by the expert with the thunder saber. The heavens were the heavenly Tao, the supreme heavenly Tao. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died. The heavenly Tao dominated the climate, the changes in the seasons, and so on. However, the attack of the expert with the thunder saber was called sky-splitting. It meant to split open the heavenly Tao. The cultivators of the various heavens could not even split open the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to challenge the dignity of the heavenly Tao? If anyone dared to challenge the dignity of the heavenly Tao, a lightning tribulation would be enough to destroy them. However, the cultivator with the thunder saber was too domineering. The move sky-splitting was slashed out. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that everything in the world disappeared. Only the saber was left. Clang! The sky-splitting saber that slashed out from the endless starry sky instantly pierced through the axe light. This was a collision of Tao. The Tao contained in the thunder saber broke the Tao contained in the giant axe. The sky-splitting saber tore the three-headed and six-armed god-fiend apart. Then, the endless stars in the starry sky world were shattered. The dazzling saber light pierced through the endless starry sky and landed on the Tianwu continent. Puff! With one slash, more than half of the desolate region was almost shattered. This was the process of the Thunder Saber Secret Realm's formation. Lin Feng closed his eyes and stood in the valley. His mind was filled with the invincible saber. Lin Feng had entered a mysterious state. This was the state of enlightenment that cultivators dreamed of. My body is the saber. My will is the saber, the supreme saber. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Lin Feng suddenly had a realization. He seemed to have sensed the state of mind of the supreme expert from the ancient era. In order to slash out this saber, even if his body and Tao were to disappear, he had no regrets. Swoosh! Lin Feng opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and gently waved it at a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the distance. Buzz! A 300-meter-long saber light instantly slashed out and split the 10,000-meter tall mountain in half. I actually comprehended the sky-splitting saber. Lin Feng looked at his hand with a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 541. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the forest. More than 10 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious beast, but in the end, the cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Only 2 of them survived. However, they had obtained the inner core of the ferocious beast and an 8,000-year-old mystical fiend fruit that was guarded by the ferocious beast. This spirit fruit was extremely useful for cultivators with a dark elemental martial soul. Cultivators with a dark elemental martial soul would have their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds after refining the mystical fiend fruit. If they took it out for auction, it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. The 2 cultivators dragged their injured bodies and rushed into the distance. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a cold light shot out from the forest. A silver snake flying sword was extremely fast. Before the two cultivators could react, the silver snake flying sword had already pierced through their bodies. Why did this happen? The two cultivators cried out unwillingly. Then they fell to the ground and died. A cultivator in his 30s, dressed in green, jumped down from the tree. He put away the silver snake flying sword and walked to the two corpses. He took the storage rings from the dead cultivators and quickly left. This was the Thunder Blade secret realm. Everywhere was filled with killing. Cultivators in the Yin-Yang realm could not enter this place. Cultivators in the Martial King realm could do whatever they wanted, including killing people and robbing them of their treasures. The law of the jungle was played out vividly here. If one's cultivation was insufficient, entering this place was simply courting death. Lin Feng chose a direction and kept walking. The Thunderblade's secret realm was too big and had countless resources, so he was not in a hurry. Lin Feng constantly took the initiative to look for powerful, ferocious beasts to fight to test the power of sky-splitting. However, it was obvious that the power of sky-splitting was simply unimaginable. Sky-splitting was not as simple as spirit. Sky-splitting also contained an extremely domineering will, the will of the saber. This was the ability after the spirit was sublimated. Spirit was the simplest form of spirituality and consciousness. As for will, it had risen to a very high level. After fighting with a flood dragon for dozens of rounds, Lin Feng was suppressed by the flood dragon to the point that he almost didn't have the strength to fight back. In the end, he used Sky Splitter and almost tore the flood dragon apart. The evil flood dragon roared, turned around, and fled into the depths of the forest. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Although this move, Sky Splitting, was powerful, it was not something that could be casually used. After using it once, Lin Feng would feel tired. The main reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation level was not high enough. After resting for a while, he walked in the forest. Suddenly, behind Lin Feng, the dense golden threads suddenly flew out and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. The threads flickered with a cold light. Anything that was touched by the threads, whether it was a tree or a rock, was instantly split in half. The thread had already rushed behind Lin Feng and swept across Lin Feng's body. Even though Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, there were still deep wounds on his body. Dozens of small wounds appeared on his body, and blood started flowing out. Oh no, someone is plotting against me. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He leaped and flew dozens of meters away, avoiding the attack of the threads. He narrowed his eyes and finally saw dozens of almost transparent threads entwined in the void. These threads were now stained with his blood. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a strange weapon. The person who had attacked was definitely an expert. Whoosh! A cultivator flew out from nearby and looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die after being hit by my heavenly demonic threads. This cultivator was in his 20s and had a cold expression on his face. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Grand Baron Sect, Jin Yulong. The cultivator in his 20s said with a cold smile. The Grand Baron Sect was one of the 10 great ancient powers of the wasteland. Its strength was not to be underestimated. This treasure of yours is not bad, but it's too evil. I'm afraid it was refined using demonic techniques, right? Lin Feng said indifferently. People are divided into good and evil, but treasures are not. Jin Yulong said indifferently. That's right. Swoosh. Lin Feng took the initiative to rush towards Jin Yulong. This person wanted to kill him. So Lin Feng naturally would not be polite. You're quite brave. Not only did you not run away, but You also took the initiative to attack. I've already killed more than 20 people, like you, who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looks like I'll kill one more now." Jean Yulong sneered and controlled the heavenly demonic threads to slash at Lin Feng. The densely packed heavenly demonic threads scattered and cut at Lin Feng from all directions. He didn't know what the heavenly demon silk was made of, but it was almost transparent. If it wasn't for the fact that it was stained with his blood, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. What a good treasure! I want this treasure. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he reached out to grab the heavenly demonic threads. "Brat, are you courting death?" Jean Yulong was obviously stunned, but then he sneered. He actually dared to reach out to grab the heavenly demonic threads, a powerful and strange killing weapon. Wasn't he courting death? The heavenly demonic threads quickly attacked Lin Feng. The densely packed threads emitted a cold and terrifying aura, as if they wanted to mince Lin Feng into pieces. "Devour!" At that moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand and a distorted black hole appeared. The heavenly demonic threads that were attacking Lin Feng flew uncontrollably toward the black hole. In an instant, dozens of heavenly demonic threads were instantly devoured by the black hole. "Bastard, my treasure!" When Jean Yulong saw Lin Feng devour his treasure, his face became distorted. He quickly rushed over and threw a punch at Lin Feng. "Humph, you're courting death." Lin Feng sneered. He took a step forward, and a magnetic field surged out, enveloping Jean Yulong in an instant. "I can't move." Jean Yulong screamed in fear. "Pooh!" A moment later, Lin Feng's fist pierced through Jean Yulong's chest. Jean Yulong's eyes were wide open in anger. He lowered his head and looked at his collapsed chest, his face full of disbelief. "I actually died at the hands of a brat like you. How could this be?" Jean Yulong could not believe it. The brat in front of him was clearly a general, while he himself was a martial king of the 6th celestial layer. How could he have lost? "Your strength is really terrifying. I think you're one of those geniuses who can challenge cultivators who are stronger than you. If it were anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. But I'm sorry. Even though my cultivation level is not high, my fighting abilities have already surpassed that of a martial king," said Lin Feng indifferently. "I see," said Jean Yulong with a bitter smile. He fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Chapter 542. After taking Jean Yulong's storage ring, Lin Feng quickly left. At night, Lin Feng fought with the fierce beasts during the day. At night, he observed the star chart and absorbed the energy in the heaven star Soul Jade, hoping that his soul power could break through to the creation realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not an easy task. Perhaps breaking through a small cultivation level was not particularly difficult, but breaking through a large cultivation level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not only did it require an unimaginable amount of energy, it also required luck to be able to comprehend the mysteries of the soul of a cultivator at the creation stage. Lin Feng had been in the Thunderblade's secret realm for 10 days, but he had not found Tian Zhongdao, Shi Weizhu, Yufan, and the others. The Thunderblade's secret realm was too large, and it was not easy to meet them. In the afternoon, Lin Feng heard that an ancient cultivator's cave had appeared in a mountain range, and many cultivators were heading toward that mountain range. An ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The ancient cultivator's cave in the Thunderblade secret realm was not simple. Now, only cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm were allowed to enter the Thunderblade secret realm. According to Fire Kylan, this was because of the restriction of the Order Law. However, it was widely rumored in the Waste Domain that in the early days of the Thunderblade's secret realm's formation, the Order Law of the Thunderblade's secret realm had not yet stabilized. The Order Law inside was very violent, which directly caused the Thunderblade secret realm to be filled with danger. In that era, many top experts entered the Thunderblade secret realm to comprehend the Tao inside, just like the sky splitting that Lin Feng had comprehended before. Of course, there was also the terrifying Axe Light. At that time, only the top experts could enter the Thunderblade secret realm. The chaotic order law could kill any cultivator who dared to enter the Thunderblade secret realm at will. Later, when the order law stabilized, many experts who entered the Thunderblade secret realm were trapped in the Thunderblade secret realm and could not leave. Therefore, many experts opened up cave residences. After countless years, when the Thunderblade secret realm opened again, those experts who were trapped in it had already died. This was the origin of the ancient cultivators' cave residences in the Thunderblade secret realm. Those ancient cultivators were definitely earth-shattering figures. Now, which one of them didn't rule the heavens and look askance at the world? Therefore, after hearing about the ancient cultivators' cave, many people quickly rushed over. If they could obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivators' cave, it would be a great opportunity. Lin Feng also came to the Thunderblade secret realm. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Sun Yair here. Sun Yair's impression of him. Lin, but Yair, that's right. Yair, but Lin. Yair and Yair, but Sun Yair, she thought. Lin Feng had offended Elder Xing Xian. Sooner or later, he would die in the hands of Elder Xing Xian. Why should she have any interaction with a person who was about to die? There were 6 or 7 disciples besides Sun Yair, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength. Those disciples should be disciples of Nebula Pavilion, and Sun Yair was rather close with one of the leading disciples. From the looks of it, Sun Yair might have just met or dated a man. Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng. A Nebula Pavilion disciple pointed at Lin Feng. The leader of the disciples looked over and sneered. This guy is really lucky. He killed Elder Xing Xian's precious nephew, and he's still alive. The leading disciple was called Xia Zihang. He was an 8th heavenly layer martial king and an inner disciple of Nebula Pavilion. Although the outer disciples and inner disciples of the major forces did not enter from the same place because it was a random teleportation, some inner disciples were teleported to places far away. It was normal for them to be teleported to areas where outer disciples were active. This Lin Feng comes from a lowly background. However, he is still very strong. But since he offended Elder Xing Xian, only death awaits him. Sun Yair said, Senior brother, why don't you go and kill him? You can also receive a huge favor from Elder Xing Xian. A Nebula Pavilion disciple said. Xia Zihang's eyes showed hesitation. One moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring, and the next moment it was restrained. He said, This guy more or less has met Almighty Zongyun. It is not convenient for me to act. He is lucky. Thinking of Almighty Zongyun, the other Nebula Pavilion disciples could not help but show expressions of reverence. The restriction in the depths of the mountain range has been activated. The ancient cultivator's cave must be about to appear. Someone shouted loudly. Immediately, over 1,000 cultivators rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng quickly moved through the crowd, but when he arrived at the outskirts of the valley in the depths of the mountain range, he could not help but frown when he saw that it was actually filled with over 1,000 cultivators. And this is... Lin Feng's eyebrows suddenly twitched violently. He saw a great formation. It had just been set up. It was a profound, level formation. What a terrifying formation. There is a killing formation here. Something is wrong. There is definitely something wrong with this valley. Lin Feng frowned. Everyone, there is a killing formation here. Something is wrong. I don't think we should stay here for long. Lin Feng said in a low voice. What is a trashy cultivator at the general realm, like, killing formation? What a joke. There are no yin-yang cultivators in the Thunderblade secret realm who would dare to attack over 1,000 cultivators. Kid, what are you trying to do by saying such alarmist words? Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng felt helpless. He had warned them out of kindness, but they still targeted him. He felt like someone wanted to kill him. Lin Feng did not hesitate and rushed out of the valley. There were over 100 cultivators hidden in the surrounding mountains. These cultivators were led by 3 people. The person in the middle was very handsome and had an unfathomable aura. His name was Yi Xingchen, and he was one of the top 10 cultivators in the inner sect of the deity Sword Villa. It was said that he could have tried to break through to the Yin-Yang realm long ago, but in order to continue polishing his cultivation in the Thunderblade secret realm, he had suppressed his cultivation for many years. The voluptuous woman next to Yi Xingchen was called Xue Zime. Those spirit arrays were arranged by Xue Zime. Xue Zime's talent in spirit arrays was amazing. She was known as a rare genius in spirit arrays by the deity Sword Manor. The third person was a teenager who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. He had a lazy expression, as if he did not care about anything, but many of the disciples around him respected him. Xue Zime looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, although this kid's cultivation is not very high, he saw through my formation. He's not simple. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, it seems like he's also a powerful spirit array master, but his strength is a bit lacking. I wonder which force he's from. Lu Xiao, take 2 of our junior brothers and go kill that brat. I think he should have a lot of treasures on him. Yes, senior brother. A disciple took the order and quickly chased after Lin Feng with 2 other disciples. Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a sinister smile. You almost ruined my plan. You deserve to die. Chapter 543. Boom. In the distance, a terrifying chi emerged, engulfing the earth and sky. Lin Feng's heart started pounding when he sensed that chi. Lin Feng looked into the distance and was shocked. Densely packed sword lights shot out from the valley. That area seemed to have turned into a world of swords. So it's the deity Sword Mountain Villa. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't know who had set up the trap, but when he saw the sword chi that blotted out the sky, he could guess who it was. Apart from the deity Sword Mountain Villa, who else could perform such a powerful sword technique? In the valley, hundreds of deity Sword Mountain Villa's disciples performed the deity Sword Mountain Villa's 10,000 sword god-killing technique. Flying swords flew out one after another. Each flying sword was capable of slashing out tens of thousands of sword lights. Their power was truly terrifying to the extent that it was shocking. Bastards of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, how dare you ambush me? Some cultivators roared angrily, but they were killed by dozens of sword lights in the next moment. Blood flowed like a river in the valley. Yi Xingchen looked indifferent. If we don't kill you, how can we open the cave? Only by killing you will I be able to use your flesh, blood, and soul as a sacrifice to the ancient cultivator's cave and open it. This massacre had only just begun. The deity Sword Mountain Villa is crazy. Lin Feng frowned. He could guess why the deity Sword Mountain Villa had set up such a huge array to kill so many cultivators. There should be an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave in that mountain range, but it was surrounded by restrictions. They probably wanted to use a large number of cultivators' flesh, blood, and soul essence as a sacrifice to open the restrictions. Lin Feng was a spiritual array master, so he had heard of this kind of sacrificial technique, but he didn't know how to use it. There was no doubt that a top force like the deity Sword Mountain Villa would have Such a powerful sacrificial technique. Although the sacrificial technique was very useful, it was too vicious. If it was outside the deity Sword Mountain, Villa wouldn't dare to use it. But in the Thunderblade secret territory, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was also a place where killing was not prohibited by the major forces. This was especially true for those big sects who had sent their elite disciples to the Thunderblade secret realm to train their elite disciples. Only by experiencing the baptism of life and death would these so-called genius disciples be able to quickly grow up and possess the ability to take charge of their own affairs. Otherwise, they were destined to vanish from the masses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 cultivators came from behind and quickly caught up to Lin Feng. These 3 people were none other than Lu Xiao and the other 2 who had been sent by Yi Xingchen to hunt down Lin Feng. "Brat, stop!" Lu Xiao shouted coldly. Lin Feng slightly frowned, turned to the 3 people, and asked, "Who are you? Why did you call me?" A disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa beside Lu Xiao sneered. "I told you to stop, so you stopped. What an idiot! Did you escape from that valley? Today, we're here to take your life." The disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, who was at the 4th heaven of the martial king realm, sneered, jumped out, and punched towards Lin Feng. These people were all elite disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa with extraordinary strength. No wonder they had schemed against so many cultivators. There were more than 100 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa who were at the martial king realm and a profound stage spirit array master. As long as they didn't encounter an yin-yang realm expert, no one would be a match for them. The 4th heaven of the martial king realm cultivator in front of him obviously didn't take Lin Feng seriously. He was just a martial general realm cultivator. Wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant for him to kill this brat? Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa also looked at Lin Feng coldly, with a murderous look in their eyes. They didn't care who Lin Feng was. In fact, in the Thunderblade secret realm, the so-called identity was no longer a deterrent. The rule here was that whoever's fist was harder would have the last laugh. When the 4th heaven of the martial king realm cultivator, who attacked Lin Feng, rushed in front of Lin Feng, he saw the sneer on Lin Feng's face. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Why didn't this brat show any panic or fear when he was about to die? Could it be a trap? The 4th heaven of the martial king realm cultivator was puzzled. However, when he thought of Lin Feng's cultivation, he sneered. How could he be a threat when he was only at the 4th heaven of the martial general realm? He saw that his fist was about to hit the brat in front of him. Suddenly, the disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment, he felt pain in his neck. Then, a large amount of blood spurted out. He covered his neck almost reflexively, but the blood still couldn't stop gushing out. He didn't understand why this seemingly weak guy in front of him was so terrifying. The next moment, he lost all consciousness. Junior brother Zhang Zi. Seeing Zhang Zi being killed by Lin Feng in an instant, Lu Xiao and the other disciple cried out in alarm. "You dare kill someone from the deity Sword Mountain Villa? Brat, you're courting death." An angry roar was heard. Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa took out their swords and used the 10,000 swords god-killing technique. Hundreds of swords condensed and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 2 indifferently. This is the Thunderblade secret territory. Who cares which faction you're from? Boom, a distorted black hole appeared on Lin Feng's body. When the swords reached him, they were all swallowed by the black hole. "Senior brother, I remember now. This is the Lin Feng that Elder Xingxian from the Nebula Pavilion wanted to kill." The other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa shouted in horror. What? He's that Lin Feng? Lu Zhao's expression turned ugly. Because there were too many people and they were too far away, Lu Xiao could only see Lin Feng's blurry figure. She couldn't see his face, so it was normal that she didn't know who he was. The other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa was closer to Lin Feng, so he could see Lin Feng's face. This guy killed a deacon from the Nebula Pavilion. When they thought of this, their faces turned pale. Sword-controlling technique. The two took out their flying swords, stepped on them, and turned into beams of light as they fled into the distance. Sky Splitter. Lin Feng murmured and waved his right hand. A streak of purple light flashed past. Lu Xiao and the other disciple of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, who had already fled a few hundred meters away, had their chests pierced by the sword light. They only felt an endless darkness before they were completely swallowed by it. Their corpses fell from the sky. Chapter 544. This sky-rending sword is really powerful, murmured Lin Feng. He quickly took the 3 people's storage rings and left. Not long after Lin Feng left, 2 mysterious people in black clothes appeared. "Is it that person's qi?" asked one of them. His voice was hoarse, cold, and emotionless. He was like a walking corpse. That kind of voice made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. "He killed Gong Yubai." The second black-clothed man's voice sounded sinister. "Gong Yubai is just an assassin in Jiuyu. He's not officially part of Jiuyu, but he can't be killed," said the first person in black coldly. "Those who kill Jiuyu, no matter where they go, will be killed by Jiuyu," said the second person in black. His voice was as unpleasant as an owl's. Jiuyu was a terrifying assassin organization. Back then, Shun Yuyang had hired an assassin from Jiuyu to kill Lin Feng. It was Gong Yubai. Lin Feng still remembered that Gong Yubai was a spiritual formation master. However, Gong Yubai still failed and died at Lin Feng's hands. The reason why the 9 Nether Assassin organization was so terrifying was that everyone's expression would change at the mention of it. It wasn't just because of their strength. It was also because of their vengeful nature. After Jiuyu received a mission, there was no limit to the number of times they would kill their targets. No matter how great the losses were, Jiuyu would kill their targets. That was the rule of Jiuyu. It was also the reputation of Jiuyu. Unlike some assassin organizations, they would give up after failing 1 or 2 or even a few times. Sometimes, they would give up if the client died. However, Jiuyu wouldn't. Even if the client died, they would continue to kill their targets. Perhaps it was because of this reputation that Jiuyu was able to expand and expand. Gong Yubai is dead. Now that we've accepted Gong Yubai's mission, we'll definitely kill that little brat. The first assassin said in a gloomy voice. "Chase," said the second assassin. Swish, the 2 assassins disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng didn't know that he was being targeted by the 9 Nether Assassin organization. He continued to walk deeper into the forest. On this day, Lin Feng heard the sounds of killing. More than 10 cultivators were chasing after 5 cultivators. Lin Feng looked over and found that he recognized one of the 5 cultivators being chased. It was Sun Yaer, the young man beside Sunya. Was Xia Zihang, who was rather close to Sunya. As for the other 3, they were not from the Star Pavilion. They were likely loose cultivators or cultivators from other forces. The people chasing after them were from the deity Sword Manor. Godly Sword Villa killed thousands of cultivators in order to open the deployment spells of the ancient cultivators' cave. Even if it happened in the Thunderblade mysterious territory, it's still too cruel. If you let us go, we'll keep it a secret for Godly Sword Villa. Xia Zihang roared. Lin Feng stood on top of a tree and looked at these people. After hearing Xia Zihang's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. If you don't mention this matter, you might be able to escape. Now that you mention this matter, how can Godly Sword Villa let you go? Sure enough, the cultivators from Godly Sword Villa, who were chasing after them, had murderous looks on their faces. They quickly rushed over. A leading disciple called Li Jiang sneered and said, "We only believe that dead people can keep secrets forever." Swoosh, swoosh, the cultivators from Godly Sword Villa had already caught up. 13 of them surrounded the 5 cultivators. Xia, Zihong, Sun and the other 4 were still injured. Clang, 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 the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Poof! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. One of the cultivators had one of his arms chopped off by a disciple from Godly Sword Villa. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Ah, that cultivator let out an incomparably shrill cry of agony. In the next moment, many people rushed forward and stabbed the cultivator to death. Even his head was chopped off. "Let's fight them to the death." The other 2 cultivators gritted their teeth and charged towards the elite disciples from Godly Sword Villa. However, it was useless. They could only break through the encirclement in vain. Poof, poof, sword chi directly pierced through the 2 cultivators' bodies, killing them on the spot. "Ah, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. My grandfather is an elder of the inner sect. I can give you my storage ring. I have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die here." Xia Zihong looked at these people pleadingly. "Buffed, a genius? You're just a piece of trash." Many disciples from Godly Sword Villa looked at him with disdain. "I'm a piece of trash. I'm a piece of trash. Spare me. I'll give this woman to you. I haven't slept with her yet, and she's still a virgin. You'll definitely feel good when you play with her. I'll give her to you too." Xia Zihong pushed Sunya towards Li Jiang. "Haha, not bad. This girl looks so pure. I can't wait." When Li Jiang saw Sunya's pure face, he smiled lasciviously and threw her to the people behind him. A group of disciples from Godly Sword Villa touched and pinched Sunya was so scared that she kept screaming. She couldn't believe that Xia Zihong, who loved her so much, would throw her to others so easily. "As long as you're happy," said Xia Zihong with a smile on his face. But in the next moment, a cold light flashed by and pierced through Xia Zihong's chest. "Why do you still want to kill me?" Xia Zihong couldn't believe it. Li Jiang recalled his flying sword and smiled coldly. "Did I say I'd let you live?" Xia Zihong fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. "Brothers, I'll go first. After me, it'll be your turn." Li Jiang laughed lewdly and carried Sun Yair over his shoulder. Then he walked towards a smooth rock. "Let me go! Let me go!" shouted Sunya in fear, but she couldn't break free. Li Jiang put her on the rock and smiled lasciviously. He grabbed her clothes and tore them apart. Chila Sunya's clothes were torn apart. Only her undergarments were left. Help! Or not? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't like Sunya, so he was hesitant. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't stand by and watch those people humiliate Sunya. In the Thunderblade mysterious territory, there were no restrictions. So many people's inner demons were released, just like those disciples from Godly Sword Villa. But this was too much of a beast. "Little girl, don't struggle. You'll feel good soon," said Li Jiang with a lascivious smile. He wanted to tear Sunya's clothes apart. "Let her go, and I'll spare your lives." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. "Who's there?" Li Jiang and the other disciples from Godly Sword Villa glanced around.